What is up, everyone out there on the interwebs, misfits and all, to this episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Rabbi Destroys Atheism?
Demolishes atheism.
Demolishes
We're all going to be converted tonight, as we see in the comments. Yeah. Destroy me, baby.
Oh,
Rabbi.
Exactly. I want to get demolished, so please, Daddy. Where tonight
Doorknob
we
Head
are...
is ready for it. He is ready for it to be
Would you even
converted.
say our body is ready?
His body is ready, yeah. God equals the square root of -1. He's ready for it. Dave Gar's ready to become Jewish.
That's right. Where tonight we are watching a video called Rabbi Destroys Atheism. What's up, Jen? From the channel Rabbi Manis Friedman. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for some clearly kosher fun?
Yeah. Cat alert. Oh, yeah, he's here.
And always, always, kitties and puppies wanted. Woohoo!
Come on.
That's right, baby. Just please don't make more than I have to clean. I do want to thank you.
She's got the mop and bucket ready, though.
I do want to thank you all for joining us on these inner tubes. I don't know how they fit it through there, but
thanks, Al Gore.
Exactly. Thank you, Al Gore. He was right, though. Man, bear, pig is real. So, turns out
it is
right.
True. Thank you,
If you're feeling fancy, don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, because then you get access to that bell icon to be hit to all, so you can get reminders for our live streams. What is up, interwebs? We are a skeptic channel, admittedly, including the two schmucks that you see before you hosting.
Yeah,
however,
definitely.
At the end of the video, or the other side, we will be opening up the floodgates, or rather the open mic, so you can say what is on your mind about the topic. We'll also give you opening and closing statements, atheist or theist, liberal or conservative. Come as you are, just like James said, not
human,
on my sheets.
Human or
Humans
other animals,
okay.
too.
Exactly. Well, I guess that's true. Please, with permission, and only if you've been good. What were we talking about anyway?
Thanks, Sideshow Nav. Hey, Sideshow Nav. Good to see you, man.
Sideshow Nav, what is up? Sending so much love. I cannot believe I had so many great times and debates hanging out at DebateCon with Sideshow Nav. Woohoo!
Yeah.
In fact, you guys should all check out all of those DebateCon debates from Modern Day Debate right now, because they were truly awesome.
Scott Duke, hey Scott, we made it. We made it.
Woo-hoo.
We made it.
We got all the heathens in the row.
Yeah.
And I also want to send love out to our Patreons, who can be found at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which help us make even more content, including awesome Patreons.
Material stand, name Dan.
Us from the round table.
He's the man right there.
Speaking, Tangang, yo, because we are the Atheist Network group connecting atheists, okay? I mean,
Amy does that, but in different ways.
That's right. I'm on my knees. What are we talking about? Anyway,
connecting atheists.
Connecting atheists, because non-believers do it. #better. Also at tart.live. Doom, doom, doom. And we're also leveling up in the non-believer community with Ian Davenport. Doom, 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 doom,
hey, Jenna.
Doom. Especially
Black
when
female
we hear
atheist. Good to see you.
names. Woohoo! What's up, Jenna? Like I said, we got the whole skeptic crew.
We do.
Including the
Hey,
fantastic... What's up, kosher? The fantastic... Well, in fact, a grumpy old cuss reminds us that when we hear creationist claims, especially of the young earth variety, they sometimes make us go bleep, bleep, bleep.
So I think these claims from this Jewish rabbi tonight might also invoke that same type of reaction. I think Shane expects nothing less.
And what I love about these type of faith interlocutors is they never straw man our position. That's what I really like about them. They would never. 3 princesses in 1 straw man. Fantastic. Non-believers like Diana Smith.
Thank you, Grumpy and Diana Smith. Thank you. Because the Bible really is basically like the first textbook of feminism, right, Amy?
Exactly. Oh, the Torah was definitely known as a, helped women find their place in life, mostly their place. But I'm sure
back
they
to the
didn't
kitchen.
get treated like livestock. Exactly.
But not to make ham sandwiches, because that would be bad. That would be wrong, Amy. A ham sandwich would be evil.
It used to be in something that we called Jew Scouts. And like the big thing when we were out there is like you can't have a cheeseburger. Like we would make hamburgers. We can't have a cheeseburger. Because, ladies and gentlemen, religion. Oh God, it burns. Oh God, don't put it on the patty. No, you're blaspheming. Oh, but it feels so good.
Bacon. Then throw some bacon on it.
Ooh, James, you're gonna make me apostatize all over the place. Anyway,
I know,
we are setting
getting excited over there.
To the fantastic. It's getting spicy already. Pat Lowinger.
Oh, thank you so much,
the
Pat.
Resident archaeologist of this channel who has done many fantastic episodes of Talk Skeptic to Me, like how sacredness came to be from a historical viewpoint. And, it tends to be that the old religion comes in, moves out or gets kicked out. The new religion comes in and, you get a new...
she said comes in. That's the level of intellectualism that we deliver here, that we're known for.
I just want to say, tip your waitress. But yes, it's like bath fitter. They just come in. But also sending love also to Biddy Buddha, who does a fantastic channel with Pat at youtube.com/BiddyBuddha_, as well as Dale Pastel, who is helping us look for just a little of empirical evidence. And this rabbi,
thanks, Dale.
I would say he flirts with the notion of empirical evidence, basically to come back around to, but it probably just God. Why? Because God. Okay, thank you.
An old book said so.
James, did you know it actually said it in a book? And once it says it in a book, you kind of know it's true.
And it's an old book. That even better.
That's true. Very, very old. And we are talking at this point, because we are talking of the Torah and the Tanka. We are going back probably 3,000 plus years at that point. Though oddly enough, that seems to offer more weight somehow.
About 3,000 years ago. Yep. That's when it all started to be written. Of course, it claimed to be written hundreds of years before that, but that's where we look for that empirical evidence, say, no, it wasn't.
And just like me on a good weekend, before all this, it was just oral tradition. They were just going back and forth by the words. They were telling stories by a fire, generally keeping the same narrative, but changing things up from rabbi to rabbi. Yeah, once it got set in stone, in the story literally, and in paper, actually, the fundamentalists become born. Oh, we just love the fundamentalists.
Did you know you can date the Earth based on the dates in Genesis, Amy? And if it conflicts with what modern science says, guess who's wrong? Science is wrong.
Look,
the dates in Genesis are right.
If religion and science fight, I think we know clearly who wins. And generally speaking, if you have cancer, I hope you pick the right one. Anyway.
Oh, you mean chemotherapy versus praying away the cancer? I know what I would pick. But,
and the funny thing is after they administer the chemotherapy and someone prayed, I guarantee you which one they give credit to, at least the majority of the time.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It was in the plan, James. It was in the plan. And sending love to, I saw what I need to say. I'm sending love to Dave Carr.
Who is in chat right now.
The round is not only flat, but man, I was watching Randolph Richardson's stream today, a fantastic stream. They were going a long time with some awesome people in there.
Randolph can go a long time, as you well know, Amy.
Hey, it's that stamina. It's the mustache. But there was someone, the almost atheist that they were fighting. Well, no, he wasn't. I take that back. He was a deist. Flirting with pantheism in some sort of creationist way, but the moment he took a pot shot at the heliocentric model, and just the entire channel was just I could feel the hand palms going through their faces.
Heliocentrism. We're back to that.
Funny,
wonderful.
There is no flat model, but they could take they love. It's just a theory. They also asked him, and he was like, well, it's just a theory. I love that sentence. It's just a theory. And that's because you just didn't pay attention in science class. What you mean is a hypothesis, a guess, because they like to say, well, it's just
conjecture.
Your opinion. Yeah. No. That is a hypothesis. Hopefully you have a educated hypothesis so that you can make a theory, which is a framework of facts.
Yeah.
And sending love to the lead hyena of the pack, Scott Duke.
Thank you, Scott Duke.
Who reminds
cackling
us
like hyenas.
And if James doesn't remind me, I have to remind everyone, of course, that hyenas are matriarchal. Come on, you gotta give them up to the dummies of the animal kingdom.
Maybe they'll take over the world one day. Who knows?
Look, and it's always funny when, you hear, I'm an egalitarian. You're an eagle? That's fantastic. But it's always just funny because
a vegetarian
a lot of the Abrahamic books just look down on the other sex. And of course, speaking of that, Rejos helps us remind us that we have a Skeptic Bible study that gets a little thespian. Every once in a while it says, thou shalt kill an interfaith couple. Because, they have two different religions. Hi, bird. What is
interfaith, interrace? I mean, the Bible doesn't discriminate in terms of discrimination. It discriminates whenever possible.
If you could separate people and then go to war with them, that's God's way. Chosen way, you could even say.
Intergender couples? Oh, wait. That's mandatory.
But last, but certainly not least, send love to Rachel Howard.
Thank you, Rachel.
What? No copyright? Oh. But thank you so much, Rachel. And of course, reminding us, it doesn't matter if it is the Torah, the Gospels, or the Quran. They would never support slavery. Never. Because God would know. God would have known.
There's slavery, and then there's servanthood.
Exactly. It was
they're
the works program. Exactly.
Yeah.
But yes, we are sending love out there to all of our Patreons, all of the people in chat
We
are
love you
mods,
guys.
and of course, viewers like you. And before we hear the other side of the viewpoint,
Oh, uh-oh. Y'all in trouble
the
now.
hot seat.
Come on, Mr. Rabbi, get ready.
We don't bite unless you're into that.
He's not.
But yes, Rabbi Destroys Atheism. No. However, non-believers deal with these sorts of shticks from every version of religious leader that comes a knock at our door. Rabbis, imams, priests, and pastors, or whatever guru is selling us secrets about Narnia.
Even Pastor Bob.
Even Pastor Bob. Bet he has an address waiting in a P.O. box. Of course, they all offer solutions to life's hardest questions without any sort of intellectual backlash when they're wrong. In fact, the Abrahamic religions don't understand how our universe came to be, often getting the order by which the cosmological bodies came about wrong. They also get the order of sex backwards. Jews
We love you, Amy.
sex and love back.
We love you guys.
They also get the order of sex mighty backwards. Jews, Christians, and Muslims all have texts that say men came first, kinky, and then women. Though
I think that's how it goes 95% of the time, to just be the devil's advocate.
Look, you want to keep but if you want to keep your woman pleased, just putting that out into the universe, we know who should go first. Though we factually know that women evolved first and men from them. And it's that if any of the defenders of these faiths even decide to defend their own religion at all, because defending talking snakes, a burning bush, and a man living inside of a giant fish is a harder sell than a timeshare on Epstein Island. Which is why most often what we get is a pseudo-philosophy 101 course. Like it's our first day at undergrad. Where did the universe come from? Are we brains in vats? Bloop, bloop. Is my college debt going to make me run away to Mexico? Hell, some of these people even have the balls to claim atheists don't exist, or just presuppose their God exists. Mostly.
Shout out, Darth. I think we had his buddy on last time, so
hey,
we just got to throw that out there for Darth.
We always enjoy when someone has a fan. And we love our atheist brothers and sisters. Come one, come all. Just once again, on the sheets, on someone you know. But yes, they just presuppose a God exists, mostly because presenting evidence is really hard for them, and not the good kind of hard with lube involved.
It's like so hard.
So
Like-
when I hear totally. So when I hear claims like a rabbi destroys atheism, I wish they would first just present a good methodology for how we could know their religion is true. As in,
maybe we'll see that.
maybe we're all gonna be convinced.
We'll find out.
As an ex-Jew, I'm confident that Yahweh is not real. That many of the so-called prophets did not exist and certainly never spoke to a God, which of course is the same for every other religion. That's why I'm an atheist. Thank you. All right, James.
Thanks, Amy.
You ready to have a kosher good time tonight?
I think we're about as ready as we can be. And yeah, just like last show, if you guys did not see, we had the amazing Aaron Ra on our show last time. There was a debate on modern day debate on Islam. Was the Quran scientific? And Aaron Ra was nice enough to come to our after show for almost an hour. So that was great. But like the great Aaron Ra said, in that debate, there were no prophets after Muhammad because there were no prophets before Muhammad. There were not even any prophets during the time that Muhammad was alive because there were just no prophets ever. And there's never been any good evidence presented that there has ever been a prophet ever. And what we're left with is an old book says a thing, and that's not very convincing. So what we're going to be treated to tonight is what we've come to expect from our typical theists that we encounter. Lots of arguments for deism, vague philosophical notions and tropes that we've dealt with time and time again, but presented in a very fun and new way from a new speaker, someone we haven't yet put in Amy's hot seat. So I found this video a couple weeks ago, and I said it's time. He's deserved he's got a well-earned spot in Amy's hot seat. Not quite as earned as our last speaker that we took on, the Islamic apologist who tried to demolish atheism from our God of the Gap series, but kind of an honorable mention, kind of a runner-up. So, yeah, let's get right into it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's roast him and, yeah.
That's right. Roast and toasting.
Or we'll all be converted to Judaism by the end of the show, one or the other.
It's true. Like I said, I could go back to eating matzah at the end of this video, though I like matzah as long as you put something on it. Like if
no
you
reason
put
not
jelly
to
or butter, then it's just a big cracker. Like, and I do want to say, with that, we are now going to hear from the other side, or rather a video from the channel Rabbi Manis Friedman called Rabbi Destroys Atheism. And James knows I'm so biased to titles like this because
she can't resist.
The egos, the chutzpah of these people that are always like, watch this.
Undeniable proof. Incontrovertible evidence. Guaranteed absolute proof.
But during the show, we will try and say hi, hello, how are you to everyone. But if you would like to see your specific thoughts, comments, or one-liners shown on screen, feel free to tag James W. or myself at Amy Newman in chat. So help us see it. And of course, after the video is done, we will be moving into an open mic as well. So you can personally tell us about all of the wisdom that we've been hearing. And with that, we're going to get
like
into...
Nicholas Whitmire's grandfather or great-grandfather.
I could almost cast him as Moses, though. I would not want to be Moses in our Bible study right now because he's about to die. Not a good time. Or be given
He
a death
keeps on
sentence by
ticking
God.
though. He
Does
keeps on ticking though. I think he's gonna be. He's got to stick around through most of Deuteronomy because remember, Amy, he wrote it, right? So, I mean,
exactly. So,
it would be funny if the guy who wrote a book that recounts his own death, but hey, with God, all things are possible, right?
exactly. Look, I plan on writing great selling novels after my death. But yes,
Yeah.
we are getting into it. Let's get destroyed together, ladies and gentlemen,
All
as
right, bend over.
Rabbi Destroys Atheism. Oh my.
We're about to take it. Oh, no audio.
Oh. It's almost like muting myself once a stream. Let's make sure you gotta rub it the right way.
Hey, Farron, we got Farron Salas out there, our Patreon.
What is up, Farron? What is up, everyone? Once again, we are in for a doozy. Rabbi Destroys Atheism.
This young man said to me, I don't believe in God. I said, I don't understand. He says, I don't
it's not that
believe in
hard,
God.
actually.
I don't believe in God.
Yeah, it's not very complicated.
I said, I don't understand.
Speaking
said, "Why?
different language. I mean,
I said, I hear what you're saying, but I don't understand because what's God?
why don't you
What's
tell
God
us?
mean?
Yes, and I could actually go over a few definitions. I mean, there is the hot definition right now, which they call classical theism. So, like, if you're in a wing place, this would be your classic, bones, I assume, where it's this God personal that created the universe. Sometimes has
Agent,
if you
necessary
like,
being.
you can get these on the side or on top. The omnis, sometimes you want to dip on
Hey,
the
Amaretto.
presence. What is up, Amaretto? And there's also other definitions, though. I do like to remind that there are gods that don't create. We have the Lokis of the world. We have the gods that, went around apparently having sex and creating thunder and lightning.
I think it's funny that the definition we're about to get from him is basically Jen from Church of Entropy. It's basically her definition of God, which I thought was really
well, and
unusual.
This is almost the opposite approach to what we were hearing before. This guy is super metaphorical and yet offensive all in the same manner, because I really do hate the feigned ignorance. Well, what do you mean you don't believe in the God of my holy book?
Yeah.
He says, I don't know.
Yes, it's a good answer when you
what
don't know
you
something.
believe?
In fact, you are supposed to be giving us the definition, actually.
Yeah,
we generally
shouldn't he
accept
be
yours.
telling us?
You don't believe in God, but you don't know what God is.
I don't believe in any definition of God, so that just rules all of them out. Doesn't matter what he is. I don't believe in him.
So you're saying, I don't believe in things I don't know.
Or don't have good evidence for. That's really key.
Well, nobody should believe in things they don't know.
Oh, we're moving so quickly to atheism.
Says, okay, so...
I don't know what that was either.
I know. Young gentleman. They need to edit the video.
Maybe that's his producer.
Yeah,
that existed at the beginning, from which everything else comes.
Kinky. Now we're getting to my language, baby.
So God is the original substance.
So God is the universe itself, like Jen from Church of Entropy would say.
Well, my thing with just when you define things with other one-word definitions, it almost becomes like if you are just going to say that God is the universe, just cut God out. We got universe, Occam's razor. We're already off to a better start. Grr, what is up? Says to James and
Taker,
Amy,
man.
if you get bored, Capturing Christianity has shorts videos, which is 3 questions for atheists. Just an FYI if you've not seen it. Okay, that is definitely something we have to check out. And I don't think
We
we've
will check
roasted
that
and
out.
toasted Capturing Christianity.
We
Is
have
it?
not yet.
Might
No,
be
no, not yet.
someone we need to put in the hot seat.
Someone who's due for a trip into your hot seat. Yep.
Once again, saying, what is up, Materialist Dan? What is up,
Hey, Dan.
Randolph Richardson? And go check out
Randolph.
Randolph's awesome stream today.
Got the freak out there too. Hey, the freak.
What's
Norfolk.
up, the freak? And everyone, we are Rabbi Destroying Atheism. We're getting pounded.
You don't believe there was an original substance?
Fuzzy language also. And he tries to use this.
Vague.
I hear it, a lot of times in circles. The metaphysical substrate. What's the substance? All these.
The ether.
Yes. And as Neil deGrasse Tyson would like to have you know, the elements at the beginning of the universe were hydrogen, helium, and a little bit of lithium. That's it.
And that was basically it. Yeah, yeah. It was like 99.999% hydrogen.
Not until stars died. There are people, not that Jews believe that someone sacrificed for you, but there is a object that had to die for us to be here. Stars. They had to die, explode, and in that event, create the majority of the heavy elements that we need to
everything heavier
get
than
in line
iron,
at McDonald's. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, I have to say, I'm always sending love out to all of the theist brothers and sisters. I'll give my favorite Talk Heathen line, sending love out to Talk Heathen and the ACA in general, is just, we don't hate you. We just think you're wrong.
We love you, though.
You think
exactly
that the original substance was a subatomic particle, then that's God.
No, it's a subatomic particle.
I would not call a subatomic particle God. Yeah.
And he transitions, if I may use that word, into a real, a mind God soon. But it's almost like the Scientology thing. You can't get people on talking snakes and the burning bushes and the guy going like this and the water rising.
They've got
to
ease into it.
Gotta ease into it. Don't you believe in a first substance? Don't you do substances? Come on, man.
Just the universe had to start somehow. And why is there something rather than nothing? You don't know, therefore God.
Exactly. An argument from incredulity. I think God equals square root of -1 was saying that earlier.
Argument from ignorance. Yeah, God of the gaps.
The question is only.
And I do have to. I'll hit back so we get the questions only. But they love that pond scum thing. Like, how dare are you saying we came from? It's only scum because it's filled with bacteria, which is a living organism. It's such a human aspect at looking at something like it's dirty. Why is it dirty? Because it's filled with other living organisms that would be harmful to me. And
organisms that we share most of our DNA with.
Out of it. Exactly. So it's not pond scum. It is ponds filled with other organisms that are your competition on a microscopic level. And if we go far back enough in time, are your ancestors. Slendon Love, Doorknob Head. And all
you're related to the pond scum at some level. It's almost like it's grandpa.
But it wounds them so. It's they say it with such a like. Are you telling me we came from monkeys? No, I'm telling you we are apes.
We have a common ancestor with chimpanzees. Go figure.
Pat Lowinger, and that's right. Keep on tagging James W. Myself,
hey, Pat.
Amy Newman. You have to remember that Jews and Christians are all good with vague statements. Remember that guy, Charlton Heston, when he asked that burning bush and he said, I am that I am. Oh, thank you. That clears up everything, right?
What shall I tell Pharaoh was your name? Tell him I am. Oh, that clears it up.
So I'll put I am that I am table for 3, table for 5. How many?
Praise me.
Over and over. Brian Stevens says, whenever I go to a lake and see pond scum, I whisper under my breath, Daddy. It does. It makes sense. We're looking at and only just a little bit further back in time, great grandfather, the Rock. It's where Christians or Jews or Muslims, or really, what should I say, is creationists, because you can be all of those religions and actually believe in science. It's what creationists think that atheists think that we came from. Makes sense. It really does. Just got to stroke that brain.
Stroke something else too.
Oh boy.
The question is only the original substance, which must exist in order for anything else to exist. That original substance is very impressive.
So impressive. I was like, do you even lift, bro? And then the original substance just was like, ah!
Yeah.
Wow.
So what can you tell us about it?
Yeah, not a lot.
Is it also intelligent?
Yes, that's
Probably
what
not.
I would like to know, because this is where the real bullshit comes in. They can't even help themselves.
The transition.
He could have spent a whole...
The transition to a mind, yeah.
Yeah, he could have stayed up in metaphorical land, but, a rabbi is a Jewish individual who believes in Yahweh, just like, all of the other respective religions. And I just wish that we could figure out why faith is a good metric for anything if it actually points into all of these religions.
Tell me, would a vague original substance like animals to be killed and burnt to his honor? Would an original substance like the sweet savor of burning animal flesh and be able to forgive you for doing something naughty because of the sweet savor of that animal flesh, Amy? I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about here, right?
It is really creepy that it's creepy in the New Testament about a scapegoat, and it's creepy in the Torah and the Tanka when they're just killing with other animals.
Burning, animal sacrifice.
The classic, I mean, it's been so... I'm trying to think what the correct term is. Kindergarten, whitewashed. It's been so Sunday schooled that the Passover story. I learned it in Hebrew school. They pass around coloring books and cookies. But
it's so nice that Amy, that God passed over those houses. He didn't kill their firstborn because they killed lamb, and they painted the doorpost with the lamb's blood.
Yeah, and let me get this very specific, because and that line is just so fast. They killed a lamb. Whoa, I kill lamb. We have lamb all the time. Okay, we slit an animal's throat, the blood comes out, and we wipe the blood over the door so our God won't kill us. Oh no, totally kosher. That sounds great. Totally.
But those naughty Egyptians, Amy, who did not have blood over their doorpost, what did God do to those kids, Amy?
And once again, the Judeo-Christian family values seem to leak right out to those firstborn sons. In fact, if I may say, their apologetic is normally, they had it coming. They had it coming. They only had themselves to blame.
these people who had no say over the political happenings of Egypt. These were mostly peasants who had no say in the status of the Hebrew people as slaves or them being allowed to go. And even in fact, that Yahweh was the puppet master of this whole heathen play, because the Pharaoh might have been open to letting them go. But what did Yahweh do? What did Yahweh do numerous times, Amy?
Not only did he harden his heart, but he did let him go. There was a point in like the end of the second act, because, you know, to get into the third act, well, we got to do something. You can't just have the villain just give up, which he did. He let the Jews go. That's why they were walking away.
Yeah. Finally stopped hardening his heart. Pharaoh let him go, which he might have done way, way, way before that point. But Yahweh was having too much fun.
Exactly.
He was having too much fun.
He was like, you know, it doesn't matter that the Pharaoh's heart grew 3 times that day. It doesn't fit the narrative that I want. So I'm going to turn it to stone. And why don't you get your men out there and go kick the crap out of them and get them back for me? Per God's plan, of course.
Right. And that's after they let the Hebrew people go. They let the children of Israel, Shmishmael, go. You know, a few days, a week later, the God comes back and hardens the Pharaoh's heart one last time. And he makes the Pharaoh send his army out to go bring them back, which then Moses does his trick and he drowns the whole army. Now, none of it actually happened. None of it actually happened. It's all legend, but it's a perverse story. It's just...
Yeah. In fact, if I can say, on decent historical and archaeological grounds, there was no Moses. Never
no
happened.
Moses, no Exodus, no. There were Semitic people in Egypt, but not to the extent talked about in the Bible.
Shane Billowitz says, this new Mike Myers character we're watching is pretty funny. I'm glad to see him working again. Exactly. We're always... and selling the invisible
When
product.
are they going to bring
That's
Austin
really
Powers back? Come on now.
Oh my! I can't.
Yeah,
I ended up going back to Takai. I need to get an Austin Powers.
Some people think it is, and some people think it's not. But if you say the original substance is not intelligent.
I am. I know this is my specific pet peeve. Ladies and gentlemen, you start hearing any creationist theist, anyone on the street start talking to you about the second law of thermodynamics, quantum mechanics, or consciousness, know that unless they are relevant experts in their field, they're talking a whole bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
That's what you're about to listen to. Woohoo! What is up,
Hey, tight.
Sending love out there, and he's sending love to basically say go and watch Randolph stream. It was really fantastic. It was a lot of fun. A bunch of theists were teeing themselves up, which was actually really...
Go figure.
Yeah.
Randolph has that effect.
Wade Park on
just
9
by being reasonable.
Tonka, who's there? Keep on sending your comments to James W. and one-liners, of course, or thought bubbles to James W. and myself. That's right, baby. I am going full Carrot Top tonight. It's probably a full moon. They draw it out in me. I can't help myself.
It's just
we love you, Randolph.
Of existence. That doesn't make you an atheist.
Okay, I'm sorry. What? Say that
but
one
if
time.
You say the original substance is not intelligent.
Actually, by most classical definitions, it actually isn't a god at that point. But okay, go on.
It's just a particle of existence. That doesn't make you an atheist.
I would disagree. I would say that it does.
It's your opinion of God. You think God is a
It's just particles.
being
It's just
that is
energy.
governed by natural law, and somehow the natural law produced the universe.
It's not God.
Yeah.
It's not
Now
law.
provide evidence it's a intelligent
So
God.
you are a believer. You do have a God,
No.
but
No.
you can't
I'm a
talk.
believer. I hear the monkeys playing in the background.
So it's much more
Yes. And now my question to you would be, does he answer back to you?
intelligent and correct to say, I don't believe that the creator talks to people.
It's not
I
the
don't
creator.
Well, you know what's funny about that sentence? I don't think there's a creator, but I agree with you. I don't think he's talking with anyone. In fact, if you talk to God, tends to be very normative in this era. If God talks to you, well,
See a
we may need to
psychiatrist.
talk about
Yeah,
that. You may need to get some. But discovering Pat says, what's up with all that word salad? I know we've been getting a lot of dressing tonight. Must get stuck in that wizard beard. Shall not pass evidence. He puts big words and esoteric phrases into a paper shredder and just shoots them out of a confetti gun. Yeah, he really is.
It's more productive than their other methods of argumentation. So
we got the Deepak Chopra school of thought going on tonight. What's up, Jared? What's up, Skywatcher? What's
hey,
up,
Skywatcher.
everyone? What's up, Secular Pagan Mom?
Secular Pagan Mom. Hey, good to see you.
We are watching a rabbi apparently destroy atheism. I'm feeling it.
Do you feel it?
Oh, it's going deep. I can feel it.
Creator has a will or a passion or a desire to create. It's just a chemical reaction.
So don't need to call it COD.
So just to make it clear.
Oh yeah, that must be. Yeah.
Everybody believes in a creator.
No.
No.
Everyone knows that the world is a creation.
No.
Funny you say that, because you are actually sneaking your conclusion into your premise, because it's not a creation if there's no creator.
He's playing with the definitions. He's trying to shoehorn God in by defining him into existence using definition, which we've seen that tactic before.
Indeed.
In other words, the world, the universe is a result.
Natural processes, so far as we can tell.
So if there's a result, there must be a cause.
Not necessarily.
If there's an effect.
In fact,
then
science rarely answers why questions. Asking why the universe exists may be as either unanswerable or illogical as why does gravity exist. However, we can answer how gravity works. We may one day know how the universe came to be. And those are answerable questions when you switch into a why for a how.
There is a cause.
I'm optimistic. I think we will one day.
We know that the world didn't create itself.
I agree.
Answers.
So somebody or something did create the world.
I like how he just snuck in that someone, right?
Somebody or
something.
We don't know. We just don't know, and that's so hard for them to deal with.
There were particles, tiny particles.
It's not the size, it's how you use the particle.
And it reached a certain degree and it exploded, and then it cooled down, and that was the Big Bang, and that's how it all started.
That's a very imprecise
Yeah. I'm not sure that's an
explanation of the Big
accurate
Bang,
explanation of the
but
Big Bang.
I
I would
mean,
say
whatever.
everything was in a singularity, and because of the Big Bang, we would describe it as an expansion event, allowing for space-time to actually exist.
But
It all
we're not
began
going to circumcise an ant, nor are we going to talk to an ant.
in
So.
that hut.
Yeah.
Or two
Oh my
things-
goddess. That is my new favorite counter-apologetic for Islam. Like,
Talking to ants.
I know it's, like I said, we roast all the religions on here. I can't help myself. It's just, there is an entire chapter of the Quran called The Ants. I will never
Not a
get
Disney
over that.
movie or Pixar
It's one of
movie.
those things that you just can't unsee, because atheists rarely have Quranic discussions, I find. The Muslims on the YouTube, I imagine all of these other social media platforms tend to be very deist in their arguments. This guy is very deist in his arguments. This is
very vague, yeah.
An opposite Kent Hovind going on here. Oh, God can be your anything. Do you have a higher power? No. Do you get higher with a lot of power? There you go. That's fine. You'll be good.
That's God. You're a theist.
That's God. Exactly.
Collided.
Buy my DVDs.
The particles and the gases collided. There was an explosion. And from that
very
you rub it hard enough, there will
but
be.
whatever.
Yeah.
My problem is
the singularity was actually in his beard.
I will say he is wearing a yarmulke. It's hard to see at this angle, but you can see it right there. Yeah,
the shadow of it.
A funny thing is, it's mandatory a lot of times for guys, optional for girls. There is a girls' version of a yarmulke. There used to be two different
like
bins
veil.
at my Hebrew school. Yeah, like a little white veil in comparison to the black yarmulke. I at this point, I find this funny. I find any version of wearing clothes for a god funny. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter if
the Pope wears the
yarmulke. A woman wearing a hijab, or even worse, a burqa.
The burqa.
It doesn't matter if it's a Orthodox Jewish person wearing a yarmulke. A yarmulke is a silly thing. If you need to wear a little hat to show respect for a god, your god has a tiny peepee. I don't know what else to say.
Speaking of that,
putting that out into the universe.
Peace and respect, Richard.
Madison? And sending love, because I have done a fantastic stream with Richard Madison, and he has done, I've seen many
He's a good guy.
fantastic streams and interviews.
Always polite.
On his channel. Exactly. And we love any, I always call them theists on Team Science. We are roasted and toasted, of course, though I don't know what's up, Comrade Jerry? Sending
hey,
love.
Comrade.
This guy's flirting with science, at least. I'm hoping he's not a creationist or a 6,000-year earther, even though that's the religion where we get this from. Titan Uranus says, nobody tell Amy Newman about that official atheist hat. Dun, dun, dun. I know. Everyone's got a merchandise these days. It is. Just like Randolph now has to officially sell the Godfather of Atheist cigars. You know, it just comes with the territory.
Even if you don't smoke, you still have to buy them.
Exactly.
Where did these particles come from?
We don't know.
From that.
Better question, how do these particles work?
A particle, one.
Two potato.
Some tiny
three
little thing
potato.
that always existed. It didn't have to be created.
We don't know.
And created, once again.
Who created that particle?
Insertion in.
We don't know. Who created the creator?
It always was.
It's cheating, James.
Yeah, I know.
And when it exploded,
they don't have to have an answer for that one, do they?
That started the whole universe evolving into what we see today.
At least he believes in
My
evolution.
question is, why did it explode?
That's cosmic evolution.
And there we go. You can ask why questions all day long. Anyone who has raised a toddler knows that this is never ending. Okay? The better question, how? You could say, why does it rain? But the actual answer is, how does it rain? How does the rain cycle work?
Yeah. But why does it work that way? But
It
why?
Forever without exploding.
And we don't know if that's true, because you're messing with terms now, forever. Because technically, as far as we know, time started with the Big Bang. So there was no forever. It will, the universe appears to be forever in one direction, which is expanding. Even with a heat death, dark energy will keep on ripping pieces out. Apparently.
That's the current estimate.
Rain is wet, so it works. What's up, Crypto Mirror? Send in all the love in chat and keep on sending those comments in. We will say howdy to everyone as they join. But if you want your comment read on screen,
Stay
tag
tuned.
James W. Myself at Amy
For this
Newman.
amazing question begging and arguments from ignorance here.
Indeed.
What caused it to explode?
Don't know.
Oh.
It heated up, it cooled down. Why?
Oh, that's
Mum's the word.
For a very, very long time, and
Those
nothing
were
happens.
Don't
kosher
know if
brownies.
time even meant anything.
Why? Question number 2.
Were we on questions? I'm glad we're on
You
question 2,
can't
though.
start with one thing existing.
Okay.
Because if you
Like a god. You can't start with one thing existing. Like a god. Well, I'll just finish his sentence for him. He forgot that part.
Yeah, he help him, Amy.
Got to get on my
with
knees
one
and
thing
really
existing,
explain this stuff
it's
to
the
him.
end of the story. Because if only one thing exists, then nothing will ever change.
I don't know about that.
So you have to assume that there always existed two things. Well, that's
Two
not
scoops.
logical. They have two gods.
Yeah, that'd be silly.
Atheist, but you believe in two gods.
How about just infinite energy? That's all we need, infinite energy.
That's Greek mythology.
Oh,
That'd be silly.
So at the very least,
mythology?
I know. Always love when they're like, that'd be a myth. That'd be a fable.
Mythology. Folklore,
We're not like
fable.
those. We're not like those Mayans who were grabbing hearts and sacrificing them to the gods. We just hung a guy up and nailed him there for a little while. And then, all of our bad deeds got forgiven.
He hasn't done that yet, although he's waiting for the right guy to hang up. And
thank you. I'm so sorry. We need to bring it down back to more scientific Old Testament Torah stories, like living inside a giant fish.
Killing Sandra Bullocks, a field of Sandra Bullocks to kill, so that Yahweh will be able to not be sad when you do things wrong, Amy. If you kill that Sandra Bullock, then God will be okay with it, and he won't have to kill you.
They were all gorgeous. All had fancy sparkling dresses with guns hoisted right to their leg. And yet God tore them down.
Miscongeniality? Yeah.
Nonetheless, we are watching a rabbi apparently destroy atheism.
Muddle his way through.
Are you
destroying
feeling more
atheism.
Jewish by the second, James?
Absolutely, yeah. Feeling my Messianic Jewish roots come into play here.
I'm feeling it.
He looks like my rabbi from the Messianic Temple.
Does he?
A little bit, yeah.
And not just
His
cool.
beard is more epic, but
It adds to it, you know.
Yeah.
But I feel like both in, at least in the Jewish and Muslim communities, they're like, "Oh my God, this dude's got a beard. He needs to be
epic.
He knows what he's
beard.
talking about." Not that
Yeah.
I'm gonna knock, just like the other stream and the last Muslim.
Amy
stream.
does love a bearded man now.
No, and I will say, this is getting a little long. Even the last guy, his was getting a little long, but he had it trimmed. I think someone was cutting.
Yeah.
This is
Oh,
the
yeah.
Jewish Santa Claus right now. So I would say a touch of facial hair that, you know, going for the, oh man, did I forget to shave today? Is he on the biker look? But, you know, we'll take
The
this
R and
too.
Raw look.
Look, yes. As Deadpool would say, my pansexuality accepts everybody.
Gizmo loves you.
Sent in love, Gizmo, and all fur babies of the world.
Because if only one thing exists, then nothing ever changes.
So you heard it. If only a God exists, nothing ever changes. Man, I'm glad we're here to finish his sentences, or we wouldn't be able to get through this. He's contemplating.
I was gonna say, do you have it on pause, or is he just?
So
No,
the question again
it's
is,
funny.
He's letting it just hang out there.
I heard.
He's letting. Yeah, when he says
lot
epic
of
things
this-
like that, he just needs to let it hang out for a second.
When I was tasting some of this video beforehand, if you put him on 1.5 speed, it sounds like he's having a normal conversation. So look, it takes me a while to get to places. You can hear it. I take my time enjoying each word as I put that final period. But nonetheless, it's
if
okay.
anyone's ever wondering why sometimes we start a little bit late, but it's worth it, you guys. It's worth it.
Amy time.
It's worth the wait.
No.
It's worth the wait.
That's right. I sure got my butt ready last night. It was great, though. That was a fantastic stream. It
was a great stream.
Love out to Pieter, who tried to be humble, was like, "Oh, it's really nothing." But no, we love Peter. He is the fantastic.
Peter's a great guy. Yeah.
If you like T-Jump, if you like Peter, if you like Randolph Richardson, I should have pinned it. I saw that he was sending. We keep on talking about it. Here's the link, ladies and gentlemen. We've talked about it all stream. Head on over. In fact, we need to. Oh no, Randolph does have his.
Randolph.
100. We got to get
with
Mark
a PH,
his
right?
100 and the PH. Randolph with an LF, as he would say, even if your spell check feels differently about it.
Google doesn't like him.
But we're moving down.
We're coming
love.
right down. Thank you, Randolph. We love you, Randolph.
A rabbi is destroying. Yeah, I know. He really is taking pot shots. I will say it doesn't matter if it's a Jordan Peterson. It doesn't matter if it's a guy like this. When they say you're too nice to be an atheist or whatever statement, I know they're almost trying to be flattering or sweet or coy. But it's not. It's not. It's almost so it'd be like saying, you do so many nice things. You've always been there for me. You're just too nice to be a theist.
Yeah,
it really is the exact same thing.
You're too smart to be a theist. Like
exactly
to believe in these old fables.
I rarely ever hear that from an atheist. I think a lot of atheists put as many asterisks as we can to go out of our way to point out that theists have no difference in IQ or whatever metric you want to call it.
We're not saying they're all dumb or anything
many
like
of us
that.
we're theists and we didn't get smarter the day after or whatever from stopping believing. Chen's like, is atheism destroyed yet? Well, like, we've been getting pounded and pounded, but I'm still not.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe
I
next
feel
time
like,
they'll take on pantheism. Pantheism destroyed by the rabbi.
James, you're spicy. Jeez, and now I mean, hey, we're
maybe he will.
love.
You never know.
I would say that I am still eating bacon. That's what I would say. But we are.
Nobody ever
getting
tries to
pounded.
destroy pantheism. They destroy atheism. I don't know why. They pick on us all the time.
So you're saying there were a bunch of things and they turned into more things. Well, that doesn't explain anything.
What?
Infinite energy. Energy and mass are the same, different manifestations of the same phenomena. And so if you have infinite amount of energy, you can get an infinite amount of matter from that one thing, that one energy, which, by the way, energy takes up absolutely no space whatsoever. So yeah, have fun with that one.
Randolph Finishes says, when someone says you're too nice to be an atheist, they're being condescending, and I push back against it now. I know some don't mean to be condescending, but I'm raising awareness. Yes, like
Thanks, Randolph.
I agree
He does
that
a good job with that.
most of the time when I hear this, they are like they're trying to be it's almost like a backhanded compliment when it happens. They're trying to actually say something sweet. They just don't know how to frame it because they really do believe that you need to be a theist to be good. In fact, it's the cultural Christians, Jews, Muslims, what have you, that we normally get this from.
It depends on who's saying it and what they're it can go a couple different ways, but yeah.
I do. That's right. Thank you.
Oh, I think they know that, but we'll just keep putting it out there.
Though, let me tell you.
We'll just keep putting it out there until they get it.
And I'm not sure. I have to look. I'm pretty sure the Quran is not a big fan of LGBT people, but I know for sure the Torah is not a fan of LGBTQ brothers and sisters. That they actually have very specific guidelines for what you're supposed to do with them. And it's not getting gays stoned. It tends more to be stoning the gays. And so, yeah. Now, in the vast majority of Jewish people's defense, they almost all ignore their holy book. That is the best part about Judaism,
They're
apparently,
secular,
if I had to say, is that they spend so much time not paying attention to their book. And speaking of backhanded compliments, I just can't help myself because it's true. I don't know what to say. It's the Orthodox, I'm sure, really live by it, but I don't even think like people like Ben Shapiro, who is a conservative Jew, the middle ground technically between the Orthodox and the Reform. I don't think he believes in a 6,000-year-old Earth.
Probably
please, Jeebus, don't.
So if you say in the beginning, there was only some tiny subatomic particles. Where were those particles? Someplace in space. So already space.
No.
I also just have to. He has his quote, but I also want to give the actual quote. In the beginning, the universe was created. This has made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
So it's not just the particle. It's also space.
Right. Space and time were all wrapped up in the singularity, we think.
So heat exists, energy exists. So already you have 4 things in existence.
No.
What do
You
they
just have energy. That's it.
Just energy.
But
You just have energy.
there are more things in existence if a particle can exist.
Particles
I'm
came from the energy.
asking
Heat came from the energy.
I'm asking what caused a change?
Yeah,
And there
that's
we
the
go.
question, and we
I
don't
would
know.
say the actual answer, a sideshow would point out, of the universe and everything is 42. Of course, the
Oh.
meaning of life as well.
Not 24.
No. Very specifically. Have you ever
42.
read Douglas Adams?
No.
Oh, it's just spoiler warning, but basically he does a bunch of satirical sci-fi stuff, I would say, if I had to put it in a, and they are basically, there is a machine that has been created, the most powerful, to crunch what the actual meaning of life, and they come across and it goes 42.
Oh. Hey, there you go.
Makes sense. Got to
That's
drill
right, Goddard.
down to the,
Yeah.
the true meanings here. Yeah, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Always bring your
Okay.
towel, ladies and gentlemen. Very important when
Otherwise, she'll have to
doing
mop it all up.
intergalactic space travel. Well, that too.
What?
Thinking, marinating, loading.
There's only one logical answer. That one particle that existed wants something.
What? Oh, it wants something? Wow, we
What
just
does it
got
want?
really agency.
And that desire causes a change.
It wants to be worshipped. It wants to create lesser beings to worship it.
The guy that called himself jealous, right? That guy?
Yeah.
In other
Worship
words,
me,
one God,
or I'll burn you forever.
one original substance.
Hey, Dale.
Well, in
And what-
fairness, this God won't burn us yet. He lets you die. That
that's
is the
true.
one silver lining to Yahweh, is when you die, you die. He's finally done with you.
Disturbed that original substance?
Disturbed. Down with the sickness.
Not another substance. Something
true.
internal.
Can't
Inside that original substance, there's a desire.
So what is a desire?
Well, he keeps on naming things as other things. That's what I hate. If you're just going to say God is the universe, God is desire, God is all these things, stop calling God this, like, what is it called when pocket knife of all your answers?
So you've got an elementary particle, but it has desire, but I don't know. Wouldn't you need some
It's
type
such
of
a human-y
medium
thing.
to have a thought? To have
They
a
love
desire?
that word. Ladies and gentlemen, substrate is a fancy word for something that you got to just, the thing that is, it's being held on. So you always hear this in the word salady words. They say the metaphysical substrate.
Yeah.
And all you need to say is, no, my good friends, reverse Uno card. Please show me your physical substrate. Please show me the empirical grounds, because you're saying that this God actually does stuff in the real world.
We had someone the other day trying to define a soul, and sounds a lot like the mind, which we know exists as a part of the brain. It's, as far as we can tell, it's entirely linked to the brain. We've never seen anything else. We've never seen consciousness without a brain.
And yes, which is my pet peeve. Brains, minds seem to need something physical. I know it's shooting electrical signals, which are energy, through the neurons, but they're physical. This is a natural process.
Yeah. We don't understand it all. It's an amazing, complicated thing, but it does definitely appear to be physical.
And also, I'm sending love, Dale, who, once again,
Yeah, we got Dale Pascal out there.
More fantastic reviews of the stream of Randolph Richardson. And, of course, I do have to bring up Randolph's pet peeve, which is, why not a goddess? I mean, come on, baby.
Yeah.
Why not a god and a goddess? Why not a threesome of goddesses?
But did this thing, so it had desire, but did it have gender? Was it gendered from the beginning? I don't know.
And that, once again, theist, creationists,
yeah.
Listen to me, baby boy, baby girl, look me right in the eyes right now. If you think that you are going to talk about my epistemological toolkit and the creator, God of the universe, the omnipresent, all-knowing, all-seeing,
all male
deity that cares about my gender and who I have sex with, and then you are then going to say, but also it's Father God. Well, does he have a male chromosome? Does he have like the dingly bits that go like this?
Does he have a ball sack?
Yeah. Does it have anything
term.
that you would stereotypically, and I assume go after me for gender, have? If not, I would like you to and please just present good empirical evidence for your God.
They even jumped on Ken Hovind about that because he endorsed the book. And in that book, God is portrayed as taking the state of a female. And they're like, he's saying God's a girl. And Ken Hovind's like, does God have a gender? I mean, God could be whatever God wanted to be. It's
indeed.
It's a book. Get over it.
And I just find it funny that the majority of holy books get the order of how humans came to be wrong. Just factually, women came first, as it should be.
Well, I don't want to give too many previews about my debate, but I think the fact that Kent Hovind has nipples automatically excludes an intelligent designer. Like, why would God intelligently design the male chest? Did he feel like it just wasn't enough there? It just needed a couple ornaments on there, and then later on when he made Eve, he felt like, oh, you know what? All right, I'm going to give these a function, and these are going to be to feed the babies. Because, by the way, that's going to be something else now, too. Yeah.
Oh, and if
male
you'd like an answer, creationists,
God.
Let me just give you the answer that if you've been taking notes and is going to be on the quiz, it's because men came from women.
Yeah, women were, and that's why the embryo in formation, you can't tell a gender right away because it all looks the same right away. Because like those gill slits that Ken Hovind gets triggered about, like how it forms gills in fish, but in humans, it forms other things. Nature takes the same material, raw material, and does different things with it. So the body can make a male reproductive system or a female reproductive system from the same basic components at the start. And you would wonder why we could have a situation where somebody might feel like their gender doesn't match, their physical gender doesn't match their mind. You'd wonder how could something like that happen?
Got it wrong. His plan.
Yeah.
We're screwing up his plan, James. I guess I'm really screwing it. I just threw a wrench in there.
You are the wrench in God's plan, Amy.
Oh my. But yes, if you just joined us,
we got stupid whore energy out there. Hey, stupid whore energy.
Destroying atheism. And what is up, stupid whore energy? She always asks fantastic questions. I just have to send out a shout out to her and Modern Day Debate on those
I
questions.
think she makes an art form of it, like just
I think she
making
makes
like the most
creationists
precise,
fantastic.
technical questions, but with her name. So Stupid Order Energy asked,
And it
"What is
is
the 0 point energy?" That was
it
great.
is that combo. It's like it gets their defense down. Like just a fantastic combo. Oh, you silly skeptic non-believers! How dare you?
Now we have a good definition.
Do we though? Do we
When
really?
I say God, I mean the original substance with its desire.
And let's talk about that for a second. The original substance with desire. Because we're slowly, it's like it's becoming a more human. Because now it's this nebulous substance that also
not just
has
a particle.
desires.
It's not just a particle anymore, or an energy field. Dale.
And I've also been thinking, just as a side tangent, because I often, if you've listened, I kind of have a middle ground approach in morality between objective and subjective. Sometimes almost like you need to have different components of it.
Quintessential moderate.
I can't.
She can't help
myself.
herself, though. She can't help herself.
I often say that biology is the marker of where the morality comes by. I'm getting to the point where I do believe that consciousness is that marker. I say that with a lot of thought about just agency in general, especially the contrasting terms between a theistic worldview of consciousness and a natural worldview, because I think there is something different between when the lights go off with anesthesia.
Welcome back, Megan.
And when it's on. And when we're talking about when the light's on, an agent that's moving, grooving, and doing things has desires. Holy moly. That's such a human thing that I would like to meet this person. Like, if they can talk. We're not even getting to talking, but apparently there's this nebulous desired feeling thing out there.
Even when you go to sleep, I mean, your consciousness is kind of not, I mean, it's not really there.
For sure. And I would add, and there's even, you could tell even the difference between being completely out and even being asleep. Normally with sleep, you feel the passage of time. There's almost like your internal clocks are still clicking and making
to some
sure,
degree, yeah.
To some degree. And then you could even, I would call consciousness really a spectrum. But see, I said one of those three words, and even when listening to me, no, there are certain words like we were just talking about earlier, quantum mechanics, consciousness, and the second law of thermodynamics, and that we should all take those words once again with a grain of salt, even me. But I at least am trying to find a naturalistic approach, which I think there is to consciousness. Right. Listen. Don't we all? We are sending love to Santa here also, who I really did press on pause. He was thinking.
Liberace Santa.
That is a very elegant concept. Because after that, you don't have to believe anything.
What do you mean you don't have to believe? Another stereotype, but okay.
There's no further need for faith. You don't have to believe there was a Big Bang. You don't have to believe
because there's evidence.
Big Bang.
Yeah, it's not a belief.
It went from dead to alive. There are too many things in evolution that demand faith.
No, no,
I'm sorry, what?
no.
No. No, in fact, there are no things in evolution that we have to take on faith. It's why it is a scientific fact. Yes, there is the theory of evolution by natural selection, which is the framework of facts. In fact, it
There are
means that
facts, lots of
genes.
facts. Yeah.
Exactly. In fact, in my opinion, it is the combination of two facts, that genes randomly mutate and that the environment then naturally selects for them. But both of those are facts and not on faith, which I would love to just put that definition out there, means you
As
don't have
Oz
evidence.
says,
Beliefs
yeah,
without evidence.
faith is bullshit.
Faith is bullshit. Hashtag.
Faith is bullshit.
It was said a long time ago that the proof that there's a God is because the world could not create itself.
Oh, the world could not create it itself. Let
Once
me
again,
put that in another way, Amy. Why is there something rather than nothing you don't know, therefore God?
exactly. And the correct answer is I don't know. Now present evidence for your God.
Now, he doesn't know either. He has no clue either.
Mhm.
He's just making a baseless assertion that he does know, which is dishonest, as Arden Ross said. If you don't know, but you're saying you do know, that's
I also
dishonest.
find that it's almost like the opposite. I feel like I don't know is the skeptic's mantra, and yet for believers, I feel like sometimes they don't want to admit I don't know because they feel like it's a trap. Like you admit that, and now you have to say there's no God.
It's like our last video that we did from the Muslim apologist who said that atheists are the most arrogant people in the world, when we're the ones who say we don't know literally all the time. We say we don't know almost as much as Bill Clinton did during a deposition about his extramarital activities, where he claimed he didn't know anything about literally anything. We say I don't know almost that much.
Well, I just hate arguments over definitions. Like, if it has to happen, okay, because we can't communicate if we don't understand each other. But I hate label battles. I hate someone saying, you're not an atheist, I'm going to tell you why. Or you're an agnostic. You know what? I'm an agnostic. I don't have evidence for God. Okay.
Yeah.
The example that was given, if you see a book.
Or you don't have good evidence. Let me put that asterisk.
Written.
Reliable, good.
Chapters.
Evidence.
Paragraphs.
Yeah, because they could come with evidence. This is technically evidence, the wisdom that is seeping through his lips. It's just not good evidence.
The longer the beard, the more the evidence.
Exactly. Well, I don't know
words.
if there are certain grooming techniques in Islam that I know that men really are supposed to keep a healthy beard or whatever. Right. I don't know what the grooming conditions are for men. I know that they grow the locks, but I don't know if that's just a cultural sharing that has been passed down, or there's a passage that they get that from.
Yeah.
If I would tell you that the book
that you can get a pizza in under 30 minutes.
Eyes,
no.
Not by a
not anymore
writer. It happened because
oh man, are we about to get to a watchmaker argument?
Ink spilled, and it happened to dry in these words and these sentences and in these paragraphs.
Yep.
Books are made by people. We don't find naturally occurring books. That's the point.
The world, the universe.
Tornado through a junkyard.
Complex than a book.
Wrote Shakespeare.
And yet you're going to believe that it happened by an accident?
No. Wasn't an accident. Wasn't by chance. These are words that creationists use. We actually think that there were the proper environment, minerals, and nutrients for life to happen and be sustainable on this planet and other planets, which is the key thing. It could have happened on Mars. It could have actually happened on Venus, believe it or not. All three are in the circumstellar habitable zone.
And here's the thing, Amy. if it couldn't have happened, then it wouldn't have happened, and we wouldn't be here. The universe would be fine without
the
us.
puddle
The
argument.
universe would
Exactly.
be fine. It would be, everything else virtually would be the same, regardless of our existence. We're
World
not
keep
an
on
important
spinning.
part of the universe. Yeah. As great as we are, as amazing as life is, we are not that significant to the universe as a whole.
Exactly. Now, we're important to our family and friends,
Right.
and we should try to live our best lives to the, it's about the journey and not the end. And we constantly get called nihilists. The atheist equal
Yeah.
nihilist, blah, blah, blah. I think many atheists would admit that there is no higher
Purpose.
purpose
Yeah.
to the
Purpose.
universe. Yet I think it's very easy from any naturalistic viewpoint to find reasons to not only to live, but to help others and enjoy
life.
life while you're doing it. Yeah.
I mean, like, from our perspective, we get this tiny amount of time to exist. We're not banking on delusions of grandeur about getting to live forever.
Mm-hmm.
This is all we have, that we know that we have. Enjoy it while you've got it, because that's it.
Yeah. It's the one and only life we know that we have.
If you want to squander it on delusions of grandeur, thinking you get to live forever, you're welcome to it. But
though once again,
that's on you.
In the Jewish faith's defense, they don't believe.
Not
but
in
you're
a
right.
hell. Yeah.
They don't believe in a hell, but they really do believe in an asshole.
Do believe.
I don't know what to say else about Yahweh. He micromanages the shit out of people, like
a person almost.
heaven. The heaven God is in the New Testament is also very vague. I'm very interested in the Quran because I hear that he goes back to apparently micromanaging and the specific type of heavens and the different layers and all that shit. So very interesting.
How many virgins, Amy?
I know, 7. I consistently say, you want 72 pairs of teeth on your ding dong? Good luck with that. No, you just go. Clearly, that was a book written by men. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Written and inspired, ladies and gentlemen. Written
by
and
a dude.
inspired. Yeah. All of the Abrahamic religions.
By dudes.
But especially the Jewish one, because, debatable, at least on the Skeptics channel, whether Jesus existed. I will even take it because I know he wasn't a prophet, but Muhammad definitely existed. And
definitely,
Moses, Noah, Adam and Eve.
Definitely did not.
Definitely did not.
That was the argument that was given a long time ago, and it's still a valid argument.
Okay, hold on. Wait.
Complex than a book. And yet you're going to believe that it happened by an accident?
Not an accident. But
that was the argument that was given a long time ago, and it's still a valid argument.
No, it's not.
But here's the real convincing logic.
I know. I would say, man or woman, if you want 72 people up there, you want them to know what they're doing. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we're stripper liquor when we need him.
I say, in the beginning, there was no book. There was just a bottle of ink.
That's true.
Now,
wasn't
the bottle
that
of
either.
Ink spilled.
I really hate analogies. Or look, I shouldn't say I hate analogies. Sometimes they're useful, but they almost all break down. And in religious discussions,
wrote the book.
They're saying things that, talking about circumstances that don't apply to anything else.
Oh,
I have two problems.
My theological brownies are done. Thank you.
Even if I believe that it's possible.
Yes. I like
the first problem is
toying with us.
there was only a bottle of ink. That's all there was. So what happened? It spilled. Why would it spill?
Because like strippers, the last thing you want.
It is such a blind act of faith to say, well, it spilled. Why would it spill? The wind knocked it over. No, there was no wind. There was just a bottle of ink. Well, some schlemazel came in and tripped over it. No, there was no schlemazel. There was nothing but the bottle of ink. Why would it spill?
Look, I appreciate Yiddish as much as the
Schmitzel.
How
Nashua.
did it write a book?
And yet,
I'm asking, why would it spill?
Look, it's infinite energy that
It
began to
wouldn't.
expand. Matter formed from that energy because energy and matter are the same thing at the fundamental level. And after that, the laws of physics took over. Everything that we see is just based on that. It's not that complicated. It's really not that complicated.
yeah, Doorknob has like, I'm pretty sure this argument was formed when they were working with bottles of ink. But this
We
is
know
silly.
that bottles of ink exist.
I'm trying to see Steelman. There was a bottle of ink and it spilled. And we're asking why it spilled. But there was no wind, no person. I'm trying to... I'm sure it sounds wise when he takes his time to say it, but I feel like when you break it down, it's nonsense.
It's like, Amy, if you were walking in the woods and you saw a painting hanging on a tree, would you automatically assume that painting assembled itself? Or was just a natural formation that just happened to appear on the tree? Of course not, Amy. Of course not. You would know automatically that it needed a painter. Even if you never saw that painter, even if you didn't know who he was or anything about him, you would automatically know there's a painter. And that's the thing. They have no evidence for their God except to just point at things that they're calling creations and say, therefore, it must need a creator. But they don't know that. We know that Ford and Chevy make cars. We don't know anything about a universe-creating, life-creating genie. We've never seen one of those. We don't know that they exist.
Or at least we don't have good evidence. So
we don't have good evidence.
The bottle of ink spilled.
Another round of brownies.
The bottle of ink has no intelligence. It had no purpose.
Please get to your point.
It didn't write the book purposefully.
Amy wrote the book.
Intentionally. It just dried that way. So there was no intelligence.
Therefore,
then my question is, so where did we get the intelligence to read the book?
What?
That's kind of like the Islamic apologist argument, Amy, like it had to come from a mind, because otherwise where did consciousness come from? So that thing that everything emanates from would have to have all those properties, Amy, that we have. Otherwise, where would we get things like consciousness from? They don't understand what emergent properties are, things that are more than the sum of their parts. They
have this obsession with agency, but they really don't seem to know what agency is.
If it wasn't
He's smirking to himself.
Where did we suddenly develop intelligence?
Once again,
it took a long, long, long time.
In fact, 4.5 billion years. Boop, when our planet formed. into the first few 100,000, very soon after the planet formed, within that 4.5 number, life arose. And for a long time, it was just single-celled life. For billions with a B, no conscious life that we know of existed on the earth. And then
basically biological
something-
machines almost.
Yeah, exactly. Just doing their thing on the microscopic level. And then something amazing happened. A symbiotic event happened where an organism ate another organism. And this organism didn't break down. This organism that we now call mitochondria instead had so much power in it that it became a symbiotic relationship between our DNA and the mitochondria's DNA. We do have different DNAs.
Mitochondrial DNA is different, yeah.
Exactly. And from this, we were able to get big fruiting bodies. You see the 3 branches of life. First came trees, because in the difference between organisms that can eat another organism, you of course have to have organisms that can just generate energy on their own. So you had organisms like plants that could just sit there and just gather light with the photosynthesis. In fact, photosynthetic cells have a third portion of DNA. It is a third symbiotic event. But fungi and animals were left in the cold of this. They're like, well, what do we do? Fungi decided that they were going to spread by injecting their stomach-like fluids onto the object that they are breaking down. Animals walk around and pick up things and surround it so that our stomach acid breaks it down. None of this has anything to do with a deity. And I would really, really love to know where and why or how a deity has cells, sex, any of the things that we associate with a conscious living organism. But they can't do that.
No.
But sending love to everyone out there in the internet sphere. Yes, there you go. That is the word. Heterotrophic. And I believe plants are too, which means that, unless I'm getting it backwards, basically one means that they get energy from an original source, and the other means that they get energy sources from other living organisms. And they came after the first.
Yeah. Amy does not often use words that begin with hetero, so that's yeah.
Well, you are right, but when you go both ways, sometimes you got to go back and forth. What were we talking about? Anyway, we are moving through on Rabbi Destroys Atheism, probably 2/3, 3/4 of the way through. I'll start to send that link into
We're really
chat.
going through the ringers, Amy.
I know.
Yeah. He's giving it to us good, huh?
Oh, baby. But keep on sending all of your comments, questions, or one-liners by tagging James W. or myself at Amy Newman.
So if the book didn't make sense to the writer, how could it make sense to the reader?
It didn't.
But
well,
we're saying there was no writer. This is where your analogy breaks down, because a book is artificial.
So happened. It just so happened that the book dried in this way, the ink dried in this way, without a reason and without intelligence, but it perfectly matches our intelligence and we can read it. Too much.
And then we come along and try to decode reality by looking at, but we don't find a book of nature or reality. We just find pieces of evidence and we have to piece it together. And figure shit out. Like Amy always says, fuck around and find out. It's not as simple as just picking up an old book that says, oh, God just did it. Well, how did he do it? Oh, he did it like this. Poof, 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 poof. There you go. That's all the science you need, right?
And I may say, you just can't make a syllogism either. A syllogism with two premises and a conclusion is a great first start. It's a great way to simplify your ideas into a way that people can understand it. But then, just like James said, you need to test it. Like, that is the only way that we ever know if it actually matches the physical world. Einstein had very specific equations that we didn't know were true or accurate until much later, just like Hawking radiation had to be confirmed empirically, even though
it was a theory, it was a hypothesis.
Exactly.
I don't want to believe so many things.
Okay.
The same is true with the universe. In the beginning, they were just particles and they exploded. Why would they explode?
Not what the big explosion. Yeah. First of all, just so everyone knows, well, not our lovely channel because they are scientifically illiterate, but sound waves don't travel in space. And so it wouldn't have gone bang.
An explosion.
There weren't, it was an expansion event. This is where space and time came into existence. And the reason space and time are connected, because every time that you are in space, there is also a record in time. For every time that you are, for every second you are moving through time, you also have a timestamp in space. The two are tied together.
It's like trying to meet somebody at a specific location, but if you don't know the time, then you're not going to be meeting anybody. It's like Einstein called it the fourth dimension, actually. Yeah, fourth dimension is time.
Exactly.
It's not a spatial dimension, but it is.
But it's another dimension that we move through.
To reality, yeah.
He's marinating.
So
loading.
I don't know how the whole thing works.
Yeah.
But I'm puzzled.
Most honest thing you've said so far.
By why would it happen?
Don't know.
Too many coincidences.
Like what?
We don't know
Name
why
a coincidence.
We don't know where it will come from, but it worked out so perfectly that it's exactly what we need to make us feel good about ourselves.
There we go. There we go.
Loves us. Too many coincidences.
Oh, you mean, you talk about like how people invented religion to make us feel good about ourselves, like we matter. Like, oh, Amy, all this shit was just made for us, and there's a God up there. He loves us, and you know he's ready to forgive you for being such a terrible, rotten person, Amy. And he just wants you to stop being who you are and be what he wants you to be, and then he won't have to be mad at you.
It makes so much sense. Yeah. Especially a God caring about our feelings like it's a point system. But Wavy Particle says, but Hawking radiation did not exist until the birth of Stephen Hawking. I know. I mean, I believe that's how creationists and theists, they think that laws came into existence. You know, if it wasn't for Newton, I mean, gravity wouldn't exist. That's how it works. I mean, basically, Newton was born, and then objects started falling. It was amazing. They patted him on the back. They were like, "Oh man, we were just floating all over the place." And yes, there are objective things about reality that we record. It's that we describe them and don't prescribe them. And I wish creationists would learn that.
And amazing things like Hawking radiation that are so unintuitive and so just beyond the pale for humans, most humans even consider. But fortunately, we stand on the shoulders of giants like Stephen Hawking, who brilliant people who peer into who kind of pull the curtain back on reality and look at it at its most fundamental levels and give us these wonderful insights that we otherwise wouldn't have, like Einstein and Boltzmann and yeah.
And you can
Michio
tell
Kaku.
that Stephen Hawking actually gave back to humanity because he was a physicist and not a metaphysicist.
And Ken Hovind said he's in hell, by the way.
So of course. Well, that's where all the cool people are. But I always love that vague threat. Oh, you'll know someday.
He knows God now. He's met him, and God, believe me, God was not happy with Stephen Hawking.
How is that also not evil? He finally gives you, and of course it has to be a he, finally gives you evidence, and then
Randolph's not
burns you. Well, I do love the gendered. It's a girl boat, it's a girl car, but if you freaking call my God anything but a man's man, man.
I think that holds over from when English had grammatical gender more than it does now, like a lot of other languages do, but that has not really been a thing in English for like 800 years.
I 100% know why they do it, and I would never make fun of them unless they didn't have the double standard. To quote Norm Macdonald, it's just the hypocrisy of it all, or to paraphrase him.
But yeah, there are a few things that hold over as gender, even though they're not really gendered, like boats and cars, but I guess that's just tradition.
Well, most people don't freak out about it. That the only reason I even bring it up is because these are the people who go to culture wars. They lose all of them, but they are the people who go to culture wars against secular society.
Okay, Mr. Newman.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to... excuse me, ma'am. Can you... I'm going to mute you.
You will call me sir.
I earned the right to be a sir. I am Mr. Batman. I know, Gizmo. I don't know how you could say something so daring yet so true.
He's gone off on Mr. Batman.
A much better Batman is about to come out, so go check that out. Or at least fingers crossed.
Is that the Batman calzone pizza from Little Caesars?
That and the new Batman movie, but yes. Richard May says, you just quoted the Christian conception of judgment, where it is too late to judge anything, and they imply the word represents sentencing and not judgment. This is wrong. Yeah, I mean, I never understood. It just seems like a guy that is judging us to standards that were man-made, that were of the time.
It exactly comports to the morality that humans would have had at the time that the ancient texts were written.
Now, I understand. He's not. He's kind of holding the grounds between metaphorical, but then he's also kind of taking pot shots at saying he shouldn't even be an atheist. But there are, I'm sure, when you go into the Bibles, when you go into the text, you could take interpretations and find good things in there. Nonetheless, they just get so much wrong. Why do they get so much wrong? Though this rabbi is trying to teach us otherwise.
A lesson in how to be more wrong.
That's right. He's delivering presents right after the show. He's hitting the sleigh.
Too much faith in this.
And I will say just one more thing on that hell thing. I just don't understand a God that, like, once you go like poof, and then he's like, oh, well, I know you're here. I'm a believer now. He wouldn't be like, oh, okay. But it gets all into this, well, he was testing you. He wanted you to believe on bad evidence.
Magic word. You didn't say the magic word before you died.
It is. It's like a Saw boss. It's like one of those movies.
Theory.
Are you taking Potshot's the word theory?
So if you ask me, do I believe in God?
Yes, I'm asking you.
No. Why do I need to believe it? It's so obviously logically necessary.
It really, unless we are picking this apart at a weird rate, just sounded like he said he was an atheist. I'm sorry. Are you punking
It
us?
almost did, yeah.
Loading.
Where's the producer? We haven't cut over to him in a while, so
A cause, whatever caused the
Oh, here we go.
universe,
Half
is
a
its
kalam
creator,
argument.
and the
Whatever caused the
motivation.
universe is its creator. No, if something caused the universe, it was the cause. I know that's a tautology, but you saying creator is putting in. It's not a creation unless you can prove there was a creator.
For creating comes from within the thing
Oh my.
itself.
Sounds hot to me.
yeah,
What's
creator implies agency or intent. We don't have that, even if there is a cause.
So people say, oh, that doesn't make any sense. Where did God come from?
I agree. Yes. Thank you.
He didn't come from. He is the original existence.
Why don't you just call the universe that?
Oh, he's a
Which
special
must
pleading.
exist logically.
God is a special
No.
pleading.
Okay.
Nope. I call that.
God. The reason you believe in God
Amy created God.
is because everything needs a creator.
Bullshit.
Including God.
Need a
God
creator.
needs a creator.
And
God is a creation.
I want to just throw it out there for all your contingency argument fans. I'd like to repeat this as often as I can. It could be true that we are contingent on God. Contingent meaning, we depend on God to even exist. Or it could be that God is contingent on us because it is a human created concept, and thus without the human minds, God would actually cease to exist. Oh, that's right. We saw God. Every once in a while, the producer God comes on, shows his real face.
That's the true origin of all this.
Then you tell me God doesn't need a creator.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, yeah.
Why is God the exception?
He's special.
Everything needs a creator, but not him.
Yeah. Tell us why.
I can't tell if he's setting himself up or that was the answer. Okay, continue.
Why?
Loading. Pizza rolls.
So first, let's figure out, why does everything need a creator?
Actually, that wasn't the question. You were about to explain why he doesn't need. Okay.
Let's use the sun for an example.
Okay.
Who created the sun?
Good notion about the sun. Good George Carlin bit about him, at least for that moment, converting to the sun god because he can see it. And, that's kind of big to him. But yes, actually.
Sun, tell us how the sun formed, Amy.
Yes, I was actually going before we get into what I'm sure is a very highly technical expertise about physics, the sun formed because there was the death of a phase 1 or phase 2 star generation. After they exploded and spilled their guts out into the elements, they recoalesced to form the birth of a new solar system. This new star lit up, and within the rocks and gaseous planets that surround it, there became a habitable zone, kind of not too close, not too far away, by which liquid water was able to sustain itself. But our sun came from other stars, to answer this gentleman's question.
Who says the sun was created?
No one except for you. No one's saying that either.
Maybe it created itself.
No, it
Like
came about because of the laws of physics acting on particles that were already there.
But this is what I mean. Look, these people, it doesn't matter what their title is, rabbi, pastor, priest, imam, your yoga teacher. Actually, you probably get something good out of yoga. Doesn't matter which religious person is selling
Church of Entropy.
You are they are selling the answers to the hardest questions of life, sometimes which have taken thousands of years and the best minds in the scientific community to finally get conclusions on, and they're not giving valid answers. This gentleman is not who you should go to if you want to know how the Earth, the solar system, the sun, or even the universe came to be. I don't know how else to better explain it. They come with an almost false expertise. We give them more credence in our societies than we should. They get off a lot of times easier. Do a whole Catholic podcast on that. And
oh boy,
and you get off easier for saying, especially in the United States, for saying that you had a religious epiphany while in jail. And so this is nonsense, and it shouldn't be who we should be looking towards.
No, that's not possible. Why?
Oh, thank you.
Because the sun, as big as it is,
oh my, and it is big and thick,
and as hot as
they sell a sun blushy. I should add that.
15 feet long, Andy.
Exactly.
Even longer.
Oh my! But I'm trying to see where he's going with this. Like the sun, and we're not saying it created itself.
It can't sing. It can't dance.
Oh,
it doesn't have desires. In fact, it's something very powerful with no agency.
It just got a lot of hydrogen together in one spot, and the law of gravity fusing those hydrogen atoms together to make helium, producing energy, which is why we exist.
And does the universe seemingly expanding with the Big Bang seem more like a natural event, like a star forming, or like an agent creating a rock painting? Which one of these is not like the other? But no, definitely a mind created a natural law, even though we have no evidence for that ever.
No, definitely. Like, the world is flat. It's a flat disk, and there's a dome overhead. And yeah. The sun and the moon travel on tracks, and the stars are little lights up there that, according to the Quran, the angels can use as weapons to attack demons with. Yay!
So both the Bible and the Quran are flat Earth books, ladies and gentlemen. If you just want your heapings of religion, now most Christians and Muslims probably hate the fact that flat eartherism can be attached to them at any level, and yet, man oh man, do those creationists seem to be flat earthers, and do flat earthers seem to be creationists?
There is a correlation, yeah.
Because once you accept a single superstition, doesn't matter what it is or how small it is, it does leave the door open, at least knowingly, to then accept anything else. And it then hamstrings you for kind of maybe not criticizing, maybe taking these
Your
ideas critically because
intellectual ability to
being honest,
to be a critical thinker.
And so I think we're going to do about 5 minutes left of this video. And then, so very soon, we are going to actually be opening up the open mic for the Rabbi Destroys Atheism, Skeptic and Ranting. We've been having fun. I think he's coming to the end of whatever the hell points. Oh baby. Was it as good for you as it was for me, James?
Yeah. So good.
It can't talk. Very limited.
Yeah, it's a star. And it's so powerful. And it doesn't care who we have butt sex with.
It's good at shining. But even shining, it shines on one half of the earth at a time, not on both sides at the same time.
First of all,
we're both spheres, so of course, yeah.
Because we're rotating. And it's a good thing. Yeah. Because I don't know if life could exist if we weren't spinning. Like it would just it would be like it would be frying one side.
One side would be burning and the other would be frozen. Like the moon almost.
There are extremophiles. Maybe life could have found a band in between, or friggin' it could have adapted to one side and the other side.
It wouldn't be like it is though now with this diversity of life.
I'm not complaining that we have a day-night cycle.
It can't.
That's right, to freak. Yeah, we're getting a little triggered by the rabbi here.
If a cloud gets in the way, then it doesn't reach the earth.
But only because, I mean, this guy, it feels like so much to say so little. And they hate, I think Pat was saying, word salad. We sometimes have to just be taken through. Does anyone know what the hell he was trying to convince us with that ink argument? I know it was like he was trying to get to a watchmaker, but let me tell you, he did not get there.
It didn't fully develop, no. You should watch Ken Hovind or who's that Ray Comfort to brush up his creationism apologetics.
Yeah.
That makes me ask the question, who did this to the sun? Why is the sun so limited? Why is it so crippled that it can't dance?
Because the sun can't talk or think.
Dude,
it doesn't care.
You are anthropomorphizing. It's like, why does the earth not do what it wants to do? It's like, why is it like Captain Planet and going around and kicking?
Why doesn't the sun have desires?
Polluting.
It's not a biological thing. It's just energy and matter being acted on by the laws of physics. That's it. Which, by the way, is the same thing you are. Actually,
I don't understand it because it seems like it is literally the best example that I can think off the top of my head of something powerful without agency. I think we'd all agree that actually we're dependent on the sun and not the other way around. And so I don't get it. I really don't. That's right. I need to F-U-C-U-S.
Have you been diagnosed with ADD?
Why, yes, I have.
Okay. Huh. Why are you acting like a snot-nosed 14? I'm sorry. I don't want to insult 14-year-olds or 12-year-olds. Gotta love Roll Darth.
Thank you. Yeah. I should go. I forget to see if he even has a place where I could find him. I would like to go on, have a conversation again with him.
I'm sure he will remember you.
Oh, baby, how could he?
Yeah, that's why when I told Aaron Ra that I was going to be debating Ken Hovind, he's like, why would you do that to yourself?
Speaking of that, someone asked in chat earlier, they're like, when is that Ken Hovind debate?
March 11th, Standing for Truth. It's just about not even 3 weeks away. So we are coming up rapidly for that debate.
And I'm looking forward to that debate. Not only that, but we just have to send out a fantastic woo-hoo to Atheist Jr., who is going to be hosting the after show for that debate.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, AJ. What a great guy. What a great guy AJ is. He's
and
great channel.
Not only is he a mensch, not only is it a great channel, but he loves to go after my favorite apologist KH706Z49.
Oh, inmate number. Yeah.
Yes, inmate number.
Yeah. Rod used to have it memorized when you would do their exchanges back and forth.
But we're actually coming to the end of Rabbi Destroys Atheism, or at least the other side of the position, because James and I are getting
convinced. We're limping away.
Limping away, exactly. So
from
I'm
our
going to get
down
that
here
queued up into chat. So if you are an atheist or a theist, come one, come all, now is your time to say about why a rabbi either can or can't destroy your atheism or theism.
That poor sons, they can't watch a football game. There's just the sun. It's yeah.
I would also like to say Carlin, not only, it was a combo. He said that the God is his son, but he wouldn't pray to the son. It feels like it would be, annoying. He doesn't want to pester God and really step on their friendship. So instead, he prays to Joe DiMaggio. Or what is the guy? I say Joe DiMaggio. I forget the Joe Pesci. He prays to Joe Pesci. Thank you. And he found that when he prays to Joe Pesci, he actually gets about the same 50-50 answer to his prayers that he did before. Sometimes he gets what he wants. Sometimes he doesn't.
Well, that's how God answers prayers, Amy. Sometimes God can answer prayers in three ways. He can say yes, he can say no, we can say not right now. And all three of those, Amy, are valid answers to prayers. So, you just have to be able to ascertain the answer that God's given you for your prayers, and don't think that he's not there just because, hey.
Exactly. He could be sneaking up right behind you. Also, Hannah Banana says, is this the guy who trained Beatrix in Kill Bill? Why, yes, I think it is.
He's also Gandalf, too, but...
Okay.
Gandalf has had a rough time after Lord of the Rings.
Huh? Gandalf, he's gained a little weight, and he's become Santa. It happens to the best of us. Shane, what is up? Shane the Skeptic said, avocado is the one true God. Oh, true story. I tried avocado for the first time tonight. I know that's as random as possible, but in a salad.
What do you mean?
Pretty good.
I've never had
an avocado. There's
guacamole.
Weird food is probably one of.
Oh, you have a very
normal individual, but
picky. I'm a limited diet
eater. I'm starting to open.
Never had guacamole or
no. Never had guacamole. I hear it's good though. I hear it in all the commercials.
It is really good.
Everybody sells it and goes crazy. They go as crazy for it as I go for bacon. So it has to be good, right?
It is good, yeah. You'll like it.
Oh, I love. I will say there's two people specifically, if I could credit for why I am up here, and that is James from Modern Day Debate and James W. No, that is.
Thank you, Amy.
That is said to love and George Carlin and Christopher Hitchens. Both of those gentlemen, Carlin especially, they gave no Fs. They were warm to all of the people that gave them warmth back, and yet they really had a barb when nonsense was poured their way. And so just so much freaking respect out there. And yeah, we're sending love. We got a few more minutes, so it doesn't matter if you are
A few more minutes till we're
on
destroyed.
Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. Feel free to tag James W. or myself, Amy Newman,
Thanks,
in
John.
chat. A radical avocado fundamentalist. Listen, do things by the way of the Cado. And yes, exactly. That's really, if your prayer to your specific deity can get you over 50-50, come talk to us. That's all that really matters, because that's what it appears to be.
I'd say you could have signed up for the James Randi challenge if you could demonstrate any scientifically provable answer to prayers, but James Randi died. Yeah, we lost him.
I will say he was one of the greats.
Yeah.
Shout out, because I got interested into James later on. He was still going on and doing his challenges and stuff, but I have learned from him. And I would say through Matt Dillahunty, a shout out through Matt Dillahunty. I find that skeptics have a solid representation in the magic community. And I don't think that is by accident. I think that the people that are selling quote unquote real magic are frauds. And the people that are telling you their magic is fake are decent human beings.
It's just a little bit of fun.
Exactly. Well, and I find that the magician skeptics then become great debunkers of bullshit pseudoscience, and
they know how it's done,
as Randy would call it.
The psychic hotline, they're full of shit.
Yeah, it always breaks my back. Speaking of, we need to do an episode on chiropractic. Whenever I see psychics and just all of these people that make money off of pseudoscience, it burns a hole in my. We were talking about, I'm sending. If you play tarot cards, that's fine. Okay, it's just like astrology. You read your thing, but it's the real charlatans. Yeah, and look, and I'm sending love to anyone who believes in
usually harmless
that stuff in like a minor way. It's the actually taking it seriously. If you really do believe that
plan your life around it,
plan your life around, we need to talk, because it's really superstition that we are up against. I think we hammer religion so hard just because it's the number one superstition. The
biggest lie, as Pat said.
Indeed. I would also say it's one of the most malicious, or it can be. You don't normally see people playing tarot cards and then hanging people for not believing in them. I'm sure it can happen, but generally speaking, it is the lovely, lovely fundamentalists of these faiths.
You know that, Amy, that a religion has to be true when they have to execute people who don't believe in it. You know that automatically they have no,
And yes, I will say there is a proper place for them, and that's in role-playing games, which I'm a big fan of, because I'm kind of it's weird. You say that you're a geek so long enough, and then it comes back around. It's like geek is in. It's almost, but I love me some RPGs.
NPCs.
I don't know if I LARPed, but I would totally do it. Exactly. Hey, I will play any Elder Scrolls game, even if the ARM models are going like this while they're running, and it's not a bug; it's really a feature.
You had some fun with the furry community.
Listen, we don't hate nobody out there. Whoever you are, come on.
over and over again.
Untalented that it can't sing.
Oh, I can't sing, Amy.
Who put it on mute that it can't talk?
Oh,
And who put the restriction on it that it can only shine one part of the world at a time?
The natural
Physics.
order of the physics, either the natural law,
physics of spheres. Yeah,
gravity. Actually,
light cannot go
really
around.
Specific.
Light cannot go
Attractive.
around corners. That's yeah.
Do you know how a star forms? We could. I mean, I could go deeper into like how there's an inner battle between the fusion happening and the generation of heat that it's creating, and then the force by which gravity.
The gravity versus
And those two forces are what keep the star together. And when the gas runs out, gravity wins. Once again, these are the people we should not be listening to on like
physics,
the fundamental questions of the universe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't get your
a bar
astrophysics
mitzvah or
from the
a bat
rabbi
mitzvah,
here.
I guess go talk to this guy. You want to get my
Not
mom had happy tears.
Not your astrophysics from.
Not your astrophysics.
Yeah.
Not your medical advice.
Oh, definitely not.
Because if it created itself, it wouldn't give itself limitations.
God apparently does have limitations. Depends on the
It
God.
doesn't. It's not a limitation. It just is what it is. I mean, humans can't fly. We're not birds, but that's just because of biology. That's how we are.
How do I know somebody built the table? Because it's only 8 feet long.
What does that mean?
Why isn't
What
it
if it was 3 feet long? Does that mean if someone didn't build the table? Or do you just mean that because we took a measurement? So, his science, Richard, is really, let's just say he needs a quick primer. But I really don't understand the anthropomorphizing.
It is a rather silly argument that he's making.
Why is it so small?
Well, it's once again, it's not really about the size.
It's how you use it. Yeah.
It's how you use it. Exactly. Also, not to get too defensive, but it's kind of cold out there.
And why can't it sing? Why can't it talk?
Like the sun wants to talk.
Doesn't it have any fuel?
Who would it talk to?
I don't get what his
Obviously,
point is. Like he's giving an example of something powerful that has no agency, and yet he can't put like one and one together and be like, maybe this other natural way that the universe came into existence also didn't have feelings or desires.
There's no agency there, yeah.
Some stronger force is limiting the wood.
Oh my.
Happens,
you wake up every morning,
has,
got testosterone flowing, it's just there.
A stronger force can impose a limit.
Stronger force can impose a limit. Are you basically saying the sun is not strong enough? You're like, it's strong, but it's not like a god. Yeah, well, you know what? We could prove one of those things needs to be there for you to exist and to continue to exist. It is not your god.
But then again, like the laws of physics are descriptive, not prescriptive. There's no law or like it's not limiting anything. It's just our observation of how things seem to work, right?
Exactly. It's just. And I will say, if you just joined us and we're sending love out there, all the internetosphere, we're listening to some real wisdom. In fact, a rabbi is destroying atheism. James and I are almost. James is, I guess, both of us are about to we're reverting James back to Judaism, a form of it. We're almost there.
I guess we will have to be soon, right?
I know. 100% money back guarantee.
So when you look at the sun, the first thing that strikes your mind is
I shouldn't be staring into the sun. Ah!
Who did this?
Why? Who?
Zsa Zsa Gabor.
Within the
She
sun
did it.
that can tell the sun what its limits are.
Gravity.
Zsa Zsa Gabor. He's thinking.
I was gonna say. Oh,
Where's
no,
the producer?
That was for a second. I was looking up Mike Powell.
A human
Or not Mike
example
Powell.
is you see a minister, a very high minister.
Bob Larson.
A very high
Or
minister.
in any country.
Oh. Creflo Dollar.
Say to him, do you run the country? He says, no.
Oh, the Pope.
But you're a minister. You can pass laws.
Oh, that kind of
You can
minister.
take away people's property. You can make things happen. You're the boss. He says,
You're the
no,
boss,
I'm
man.
not the boss. Really? What can't you do?
I can't juggle.
Because he's a
hard.
very, very high minister. He says,
How high, Amy?
Clear war.
So high. 15 feet high.
If I say we're going to war with another country, nobody will come. The soldiers won't listen.
Nobody will come.
Because I'm not.
Well, they were
didn't
a
have permission.
naughty, naughty boy. That's right. They didn't have permission.
The boss. I have a
Boss.
restriction.
Mistress.
And what stops me from declaring war?
Being a decent human being?
The king.
Oh, of course.
A stronger force than me. So when I look at the sun, my first question
Vladimir
is,
Putin?
who did this to you?
You're looking at the sun. Who did this to you? Are you stuck? How do we get you down? Guys, look. It's up there. It's been there the whole time. I feel like it's getting tired. We really need to get it down here so it can rest.
Oh, like Moses' arms. Like, hold them up. Keep holding them up, Amy, so we can win.
Yeah.
He's anthropomorphizing great objects like the sun and thinking how limited they are because they're not bigger, because they can't do things that we do, like talk or sing or fart. I mean, the sun can't actually fart. It doesn't digest food to be able to fart. So how limited, what a wretched existence it must have.
And very earlier on, he was going over an original argument I think he created by himself, which was pretend you're walking along a beach and you find a watch. Yeah, exactly. More nonsense arguments. I'm sorry, a watch is artificial, just like your ink and all of this stuff that you're trying to build a page for. But yeah, these arguments are kind of thousands of years old. I know you've been dusting them off and they repackage them. They take like a new coat of paint. They're like now with 50% more better taste, which is kind of a weird thing to advertise because are you saying the old taste was crap? But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We got Jewish Santa trying to destroy atheism. And there's only 2 minutes left in his montage. So that link is going in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. You can start to queue up. It is first come, first serve. We are Skeptic and Ranting on a rabbi destroys atheism? And atheist or theist, we want you, come one, come all. Just not on my sheet.
They already came.
Always. I forget whose joke. I don't. But he would say there's no such thing as premature ejaculation. It always happens exactly when they want it to.
Right. Exactly the right time.
But God is perfect.
Is he?
Wow. 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 We are how far into this claim, to this video, where he actually gets into like theology? Holy moly. Oh,
Like
you're talking about the Jewish God now?
93% done?
Oh.
Yeah. Yahweh.
Oh, Yahweh. Oh, that little guy. Who
The guy
is he?
we mutilate penises for, and where we would kill Sandra Bullock for if he only gave us the temple.
If we only had a temple.
When I look at God, I don't ask who did this to you.
Well, who made it so he can't lie, though?
I like how he says, who did this to you? Like it's a bad thing. Oh my God. God, you have all these powers and shit. Who did this to you? Do we need to avenge them? Makes
Apparently we do. Yeah. If he only had a gay.
If he only had, I don't know, a way to communicate with us that wasn't a holy text. My other prong. Prophets don't exist. Holy books were written and inspired by men. Those combinations mean your religion's not true.
Your religion is bullshit.
Indeed.
So why do you think that anybody did it to him?
What? Did what?
That thing.
Good Morty
So
quote. I'm going to do the thing with the...
God doesn't have the symptoms of a creation.
Oh.
Doesn't have the properties of a creation. So the question is not relevant.
Oh, okay. Well, around here, we call that a special pleading.
What makes you think he was created?
Do you know what a special pleading is?
I don't think that God exists, so I do not think he was created.
You're asking who put limits on him? There are no limits on him.
Loading.
And that's why there can't be two gods. Because in order to be two, each one has to be limited.
No. There were pagan
there
gods.
There can't even be one god.
There could be 13 gods, and they all need to come together and have Power Ranger rings or whatever to form.
And if they're limited, they're both not God.
Form the universe.
We have a Sunday night program for VIPs.
Oh my. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen.
It's like Charles Darwin almost from that angle.
That one from that angle. We just watched a video from the other side from Rabbi Manis Friedman called A Rabbi Destroys Atheism. But we are actually about to jump into the open mic.
We're pretty well intact, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, what are your thoughts, James? You still an atheist?
I'm pretty well. I'm still an atheist. I'm still, yeah. What about you?
Yeah, I think I'm still an atheist. I don't know.
Still not convinced. Yeah, not convinced Yahweh is real, huh?
And
you got to have the beard.
It was
right,
a bunch of tropes. I mean, there was
a lot
of
tropes.
New. I mean,
nothing new.
I hate
question
to say
begging,
using the same arguments for thousands of years, but they have.
Question begging, arguments from ignorance, God of the gaps. I have never heard them anthropomorphize things like the sun before, and that is a new argument. And
I don't. It really did
new.
like sound like he was trying to be a reverse George Carlin, but
poor son, it can't sing, it can't dance, but we can dance.
In fact, you could dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind, or at least that's what Jesus preached.
Because if they don't dance, then they're no friends of mine.
Exactly. And all right, I think we are going to move into the open mic. We already have a bunch of lovely people behind stage, and we're going to give them all intros. The only thing I would ask all of our fantastic interlocutors to do is please tell me when you are done your opening statements so that we can move down the line and get into open discussion. But with that,
what can it mean to a daydream believer in the homecoming queen?
But we got Richard, we got Megan, we got Shane, and we are going into Skeptic and Ranting open mic.
Drop it.
What is
Hey,
up,
Richard, welcome aboard.
Hope you are doing well. We are Skeptic and Ranting on a Rabbi Destroys Atheism. What are your thoughts?
Peace and respect, you beautiful people. All of you in side chat as well.
Thanks, Richard.
Oh, yeah. I love you guys. And congratulations to anyone who couldn't bend their morality or learned too much about logic and dropped their religion. Congratulations to you personally. This rabbi, Friedman, is as you said, quoting a lot of tropes. I don't think this person is very well thought out. I also don't think that within philosophical Judaism they would match well with a context that is normally promoted from these words from within the Torah. I don't think this guy is even much of a Jew, actually. There is no word created in Genesis that could be rendered as ex nihilo creation from nothing, but it always means, and every time the word is used, it means to reform or repurpose an extant set of materials or an object. Always means that. So just like you can't have an earth that is formless and void that does not yet exist, and that would be implied by ex nihilo creation. You also cannot reform something that does not exist. So it's consistent within itself to say something more like terraforming would be the right idea. And then it goes through a process describing terraforming. So I don't think there's anything inconsistent there. There's only inconsistency between the believer and the text.
Thank you so very much, Richard.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
And
I'm done. I forgot to say I'm done.
Oh no, you did perfect. In fact, stick around for the open conversation. We're just gonna get everybody in. And all right, Megan, we have been Skeptic and Ranting on
She's coming from the
Rabbi
Matrix.
Demolishing Atheism. Oh, she broke in. She's breaking the servers and hacking through the Matrix.
We are all just in the Matrix, Amy.
I was muted there.
And hey, how do we know we're not brains and vats, James? But yes, Megan,
when this happens. So I caught some of it. I was out for a little while. I don't know. It just it seemed like as is common with theists that he's like trying to assign that that the universe, has some kind of mind to it. Like everything is like thought out rather than just cause and effect. Like assigning like an intrinsic why to things, or like implying like that there's intent rather than it just being what it is. So that's pretty much what I gathered from him. I'm kind of surprised that he's not a flat earther. He sounded a lot like one from what I heard. So.
Give him some time.
He definitely didn't know anything about star formation. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so very much, Megan. Lovely having you with us. Stick around for the open conversation. And we are bringing in Shane. Shane, what is up? We are
There we go.
Skeptic and
Sorry, that
Ranting
shouldn't be there.
on a Rabbi
Can you guys hear me?
Destroying Atheism.
We hear you.
We can. I hope you're doing
Hello?
well. Hello. Can you hear us? That's the true
All
question.
right. Sorry, I'm having connection issues.
Oh, no, you're good.
Can you hear us?
I'll just send love out into the
I
internet.
don't think he can hear
while
us.
Shane, I'll give him some time to do that. You know what? So with that, I actually think we're going to go into the open conversation. We'll give Shane a minute or so to figure things out, and then we can invite him back on. But we are Skeptic and Ranting. We are talking about a Rabbi Destroying Atheism. It always feels good to get pounded. What do you think, you lovely lads and lasses?
Go right ahead.
Well, I will say that
Should I go ahead?
not only can...
You can go, Richard. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Absolutely. I would love to hear your take, especially from either a theistic perspective or just from a different perspective.
Yeah, I definitely have a different perspective because I wasn't guided by some church on how to think. I just didn't have that in my life. I think it's been a huge advantage in like reviewing these pieces of literature. Not pre-assigning truth values, I think is greatly to anyone's advantage if they can manage to actually do that within some kind of Christian society. So sorry, it's so influencing, pervasive, really annoying. So, this rabbi was not only bad at logic, but obviously unfamiliar with science. There is nothing that I see about the Torah that is claiming the formation of the sun in what is the Christians consider the Old Testament. That there's nothing in there that definitively says that it's arguing with the solar disk model. There's nothing about that. And I don't understand, never mind the anthropomorphization, which is just ridiculous. The sun doesn't want a thing. It's just horrible. The sun doesn't want a thing. It doesn't lack a thing that is necessary. Everything that's necessary is totally there, or it wouldn't work. It would have dissipated, or something else would be in its place. So I don't know why the guy is saying the things that he is, other than Christian Judaic presuppositions that are traditional within dogma.
Yeah. It's all he has. I don't think he really has much else. And but it's not a demolishing of atheism. It's just his presuppositions and his arguments. But it really isn't a threat to atheism.
In his defense, he never claimed to be able to defeat an atheist. He said he could defeat atheism, which of course cannot defend itself. So he did win. It's just that he's attacking something that can't defend itself. So there you go.
Kind of a facile victory in that, but
yeah. It's pretty shallow victory, not very meaningful there.
Did we get Shane came back, Amy? Let's see.
I would relent the floor to our other guest.
Let's see if we get Shane in here. I think Amy stepped out for a second, but Welcome back, Shane.
Thank you. Sorry about that. My computer was acting up.
Did you want to go ahead
I
and
think
give your opening?
yeah, sure. I'll just make it real quick. I think he was just kind of like a textbook example of just logical fallacy after logical fallacy. You know, it was equivocation, God of the gaps, argument from ignorance. It was just, you know,
One
silly.
after the other, just
Right.
constant.
He tried to do a
barrage of
watchmaker argument, remember? But it was like with a book or the tornado in the
the
junkyard
ink,
thing, the ink blots, and yeah.
the ink, yeah.
Yeah, and he kept straw manning atheist positions. Is like, oh, if you believe this, you think that the ink just spilled by accident and everything is here. It's like, no, it wasn't by accident. It was physics.
Right. You know, the laws of physics acting on matter that existed in energy, and yeah.
Yep.
Wow,
I
thank
would
you, Amy.
inquire. Is our other guest going to make an opening like standard statement?
I think that was
welcome back. Welcome back, Shane. And
Thanks.
we are Skeptic and Ranting on Rabbi Destroys Atheism. And yet, are any of you Jewish now? Anyone convinced?
Not yet.
Nope.
Damn.
Nope. Yeah, I'm gonna go out and get a circumcision first thing tomorrow morning.
Right on.
Well,
I'm not
that's
sure how
pretty
that's
hot.
gonna
You
work.
can get in line behind Amy.
Being post up, I'm not sure how that's gonna work yet, but we'll figure it out.
The rabbi
So,
will
You just have to have
be
faith.
able to help you. Yeah, faith. It'll be a spiritual circumcision.
I have actually heard sermons about that kind of thing, and it is just weird. Like that whole I'm surprised there's not more gospel songs about like circumcision of the heart.
well, it is another one of those things that, like the wearing of clothes, if you need to cut off pieces of your skin, if you need to have a specific diet, if you need to wear clothes,
The uniform.
I mean, that's a very personal relationship. I hope you're having good communication with that person.
Like the Heaven's Gate uniform, the away team patches they all had before they went to jump on the spaceship that was coming by the Earth.
Wow, I didn't even know about that.
Yeah,
The Heaven's
mixed
Gate,
in
yeah, they all
religion
wore
with,
uniforms with
UFOs.
brand new Nike shoes.
Mm-hmm. And there was a spaceship behind the comet or something. Yeah.
The Hale-Bopp
Well,
comet, yeah.
this
Hale-Bopp,
Hale-Bopp
yeah.
spaceship translated a beam me up Scotty thing I knew about. I just didn't know they had an official away team.
They had
that's hilarious.
patches that they wore on their side that said Heaven's Gate away team. Yeah.
Okay, because they make that decision. If you were going to be abducted voluntarily by aliens, you get to pick which ones get abducted and which ones. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
And we would have
Marshall
to know
Applewhite.
if they do butt stuff, because it seems that there's two very different opinions. It seems that religious groups very much against butt stuff, aliens very pro butt stuff.
Well, it wouldn't have been those aliens because Marshall Applewhite was a proponent of circumcision. He was, in fact, himself circumcised. Castrated, not castration, because he regarded all sexuality as inconsistent with the higher levels of evolution beyond the level of human evolution.
Wait, but the high priest who enters into the tabernacle can't be disfigured in any way. So how's that consistent?
Yeah, he wasn't a Christian. He was He was crazy, but yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
Marshall Applewhite, yeah, he wasn't a Christian. He was a kind of a New Age guru, cult leader. But yes, also the no one can actually enter the tabernacle who has any type of disfigurement to their testicles, to their body in any way.
Hunchback,
Right,
missing an
any type
ear.
of
There's a long list.
disfigurement. Yeah. Oh,
Sure.
an exhaustive list. Amy, you remember that?
Oh, they really want to go tell you about that tent. It's a holy portable tent. A fabulous tabernacle.
No, you're right. Actually, you're right. It is strictly a temporary. The idea of tent there is to say it's not a permanent thing. Most Christians don't seem to understand that.
Well, that way they wouldn't lose focus of worshiping God, and they wouldn't lose focus and focus on the building, because it was just a tent, right?
Right.
So
Gotta
many of these
keep your
churches
eyes
today,
on the prize, James.
these huge mega churches with their ornate buildings and their fancy layouts and everything, not really consistent with
Right.
the Bible.
No, that's really good. Actually, even Solomon's temple has a wooden rafter and beam construction, but is made of curtains. So when they represent it as a big rock building or what, that's not even close.
Can we talk about Solomon for 1 second? I have to bring
Sure.
Solomon up twice a podcast, even though I am taking pot shots at rabbis and Judaism in this stream. I do have to say, because of the lovely Aaron Ra, I have learned that there's a chapter in the Quran called The Ants, where Solomon talks with ants. And I just want to say to anyone who has read the story, no, he didn't. No, he did not.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Now, I haven't looked this up, but I've heard it asserted that Solomon is actually the name of 3 different gods from 3 different societal structures, and those people fairly unrelated to each other. And it was an attempt to bring together like a monotheistic kind of an idea to a singular character from these 3 different gods. And that actually works pretty well for me, where in Solomon's temple, you have a basin with water in it, and floating in that lilies, no stems, just the flowers themselves. A pillar on one side, a pillar on the other, an unbreakable chain bridging and all of this is supported by 12 bulls and or the zodiac. And I think this is referring to the idea of outer space, especially when I consider that the pillars have names. You wouldn't think they'd name pillars. They did. And I'm not going to attempt the Jewish words because I don't know how to speak Hebrew. But the translation of one pillar is...
Can I interrupt you a second?
Sure.
Here we go. Here is as much as my parents could get you. Live bet vet, live bet vet. Give 'em a dollar, hey, give 'em a dollar,
That's
hey.
the alphabet. That's the alphabet. Yeah. I can't even do that. But the name of one pillar is one, meaning singular of you, not any one of you, but one of you. And the name of the other pillar is him who will rule, which is like the leadership position. So it's a leader-follower thing, and talking about communication over space-time. So that's in a temporary temple, a temple made of curtains. And I think that your average reader, your casual reader who's not very, very serious, is not going to notice those things, that it's a physical representation or manifestation, a way to explain what prayer is to the religious person. And of course, they think it's an ancient temple. Sorry.
Yeah, the notion
that's a
of
conversation killer, isn't it? Sorry.
Oh no, I had to let my kitty in.
Digest it.
Well, the temples.
No,
are
I
very
was just
interesting.
I think Shane has a bad
Sorry.
delay.
Yeah.
No. Well, they've just been fighting and looking for the temple. My joke is always that the United Nations actually fulfilled prophecy. So if we're talking about, actually giving
The Messiah?
Jews, yeah, well, they said that the Messiah would give them back Israel, and so that does make the United Nations the Messiah. And so
that's hilarious.
and I just
You like
want to
that Newman logic?
Hey, sending love out there. Don't forget to send comments. James W. myself, Amy Newman.
One-liners.
I know. I will say that Yahweh. Well, depending on what you call him, he just loves those chosen people.
Yahweh or the highway.
Or the highway. Sending love, Randolph. It's probably been a long day. That was a lot of back and forth. And so I'm going to keep on sending love to Randolph. And I think if not I don't know if it's every Sunday, but he has been doing it. He had 4 or 5 non-believers in a den, and believers came on to try and convince them why they should believe in God. My favorite moment of that, by the way, was the pre-supper, who literally had to be dragged kicking and screaming to actually want to defend his God. That was probably my favorite, because if the point of he kept on trying to convince them that they were either hard atheists or why their definition of atheism wasn't correct, and then they just had to keep on dragging him back to the topic and being like, that's cool. So do you have evidence for what do you believe again and why? Always good questions.
Yeah.
Hey,
Big Screen Bird.
Just sending love to Big Screen Bird, and
which is why you will never.
Who is a vegetarian now because of Noah?
Oh yeah.
Who's a vegetarian now?
Well,
Big Screen Bird.
Yes, he after the Noah event. I guess we have Applegate. Applegate is the first thing, but then we have, I would say, the Noah event where it rained, and so a bunch of animals stopped being vegetarians and started eating meat.
After the rain, yeah.
Kill me.
Well, yeah, there wasn't any plants around to eat, so they had to eat something, right?
Right.
Exactly. And you had to survive on that boat. That would suck if you had a lion that ate meat. That'd be weird. And
right.
Then, it would really
be much easier to pack for the trip if you didn't have to pack meat because everything ate
and
vegetables
if you only have
before
2
that.
of anything, one thing even dies. There must have been animals that just got sick and died. That's probably why the unicorn.
No, God would have had to magically keep them alive or grant Noah and his sons amazing veterinary skills so that they would not be able to die. But imagine those T-Rexes, once they got off the ark and they were eating meat, they would, within a few days, made how many species go extinct?
Do you guys know why the NIV and some other translations translate the kind of the wood that the ark is built out of into either cedar or cypress? You know why they do that?
Because what's gopher wood or shittim wood?
Because there is no gopher. Well, shittim is a real thing. That actually means cassia, like cinnamon, but cheap cinnamon. But
cheap cinnamon wood? Okay.
It's cheap cinnamon wood is what it is. It's bad quality cinnamon. But there's never been in any culture anyone who called something gopher wood. That's a misunderstanding. But to the Hebrew people of the ancient Near East, the idea of the gopher is something that builds a place to live, by tunneling, and then it never moves out. So it's the idea of permanent housing. So to read it as gopher like an animal is kind of a shallow understanding of what they meant by a gopher. And and then ark means a container. So if we were going to read that by the ideas
ark
of the
story.
words instead of the words themselves, it means a container of permanent housing. That's what it means.
Yeah, I mean that, like, when people talk about Ark of the Covenant, this is a funny story. When I was a little kid and I was watching Indiana Jones, and there were,
Mhm.
Raiders of the Lost Ark, I got confused and thought they were looking for Noah's Ark.
It's the
Yeah.
same exact word.
Right.
Yeah, it means a container. That's what ark means. And then if you say the words Ark of the Covenant, you already know what the covenant is, according to the text. It's the agreement between man and God. And then the Ark of the Covenant is the container that completes the covenant.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a container housing the covenant. There is no physical covenant.
And that's why they never found either ark, the Ark of the Covenant or Noah's Ark.
Yeah, but that's because one of those is a mythological fiction that only just got popularized, and then one of them is Indiana Jones.
Right.
Well, you don't want
The-
people's
the-
faces melting. And
The
everything.
Catholics
That would
have
be
an
bad.
ark. They're the only ones who actually have an ark.
No, they don't. No, they made something, or maybe they even
Well-
stole something, but it's not the Ark of the Covenant. It can't be.
They call Mary the Ark of the New Covenant because she housed
Oh,
Jesus
boy.
in her womb. So that's one of the reasons that they give for venerating.
Yeah, can we just
Her
point
so
out
much.
that God cheated? They never let that slide.
What?
I mean, they were married, right? Joseph and Mary?
Sure, sure.
Mhm.
And who
Yeah.
and who was dad and who was mom in this Mari Povich?
The Holy Spirit
episode.
was dad, and
Oh, wait. There's a problem with the Holy Spirit being dad.
I mean, I'm sure he's a nice guy. I'm just saying he's not the guy she's married to.
Well, the problem is that she has a cousin, not necessarily by blood, who's a descendant of David. She's got a husband who is definitely not related to her by blood, who is a descendant of David, but she is no descendant of David. And the king has to come through the line of David. So what do Christians want to do with that?
Make a God have sex with Mary or got pregnant.
See, but okay, pregnant. The word pregnant, the idea of being filled with something. Okay.
Oh, now we're talking my language.
Well,
Hey-o.
Yeah.
Amy
To be
can't
filled-
get
kinda
pregnant,
scream now.
but she is not
but you
going
can
to
be
stop
filled with
trying.
something. Right. Keep on the effort. Don't give up. Okay,
Oh,
so
she won't.
well, all right then. So the idea of being pregnant with the Holy Spirit, which is what's actually represented there, just means a deeply religious person. And it doesn't mean that produces children. It just doesn't mean that. Christians are, I think it's my dad's bigger than you and 2 7-year-olds on the playground. They just want to claim bigger and bigger things to make it seem like their belief is more important for some reason. It's just not in the text.
More likely to be true. Yeah.
I mean,
I
I
mean,
don't
it's
know
easy
enough
to
about
understand
Greek.
there was some religious person, right? Some young woman who was deeply religious, and she was cooperative because of her religious beliefs. And she would say something like, yeah, cool, let it be so with your handmaid. Yeah, sure, I can get that. That's fine.
Hot.
You are not the father, Amy.
I know. And I will say I want to send a shout out to anyone who disagrees with us that we are not that was a terrible comment, but we are skeptic and ranting on did the rabbi destroy atheism, and yet I'm not sure that there are 5 Jewish people in here, so I don't think it was
Definitely
100% money back
no
guarantee.
consensus.
I mean, I was an atheist at one point in my life for 30 continuous years, but these arguments that he presented are not what changed my mind about that, you know? And I certainly didn't become, adherent to Judaism because of what he had to say tonight.
Well, though, now you do have me interested. What did convince you?
Things that were outside of my knowledge range that were presented to me, and I had a learning process, which persuaded me to believe there's no way that human beings at any point, even up to like within 50 years of right now, could have written these stories. It just wouldn't be possible with the reading frame I've adopted.
Including the Old Testament?
Yeah, all of it, actually. There's no way that people wrote this.
That coincides with your interpretation of Genesis, like the order of creation that we talked about last time.
Yeah, the order of creation where it just agrees with the crustal plate records. It's not a conflict, actually. It's just the way they're reading it is stupid.
Oh, but so then I have in the opposite way. Why were you an atheist?
Why wasn't I an atheist? Okay, so mom was Catholic. I was raised in a Catholic church from before I could have memories, right? That's consistently. I became an altar boy, spent probably 2 to as much as 4 hours per Sunday with a priest who was a philosopher. We watched movies and talked about philosophy, life, etc., like that. We had good argumentation. We had a good friendship. And then he decided he was in love with me. And I was 12 and he was like 50. And I didn't inform mom of this, and I let him down fairly easily because I had to protect these adults that were being silly. But that was it for me. When I had to defend myself against rape from an adult priest. So I made a logical argument to mom. I was the only kid that didn't have to go to church after that. I did not go to church after that and had no intention of ever believing in something like that again. So there it is.
I will have to say, first of all, that I heart you. And
quite an
second
experience,
of all,
yeah.
that is one of the reasons that I am an anti-theist, not because I hate theists. I actually love my theist brothers and sisters and want them to believe everything, whatever they want to believe. And yet I just see certain things that it's not that they only happen in religion, because terrible things happen everywhere. It's that they use religion, and especially pernicious in the leadership, to defend and worse, protect and really commit harm against the people that they call their flock. And so, I thank you for both sharing, and
thank you for being supportive, and the side chat as well. Thank you very much. It's very nice of all of you.
Yeah,
man. I'm really sorry you went through that.
I'm not sorry, actually. It established some standards for me in my mind. I mean, it taught me about trust, and it taught me how to better meter when I should and when I should not. I mean, I learned a lot, because this person, since I had an absentee dad, which he was aware of, took advantage of me as best as they could. They really did, and I found a lot about me because of that situation, actually. So I'm not sorry. I gained a lot from it.
And so, I mean, I hope that as we go into the future, it really is just about, it's about helping. It's about helping our fellow men and women, because in my eye, we only have one life, and we aren't going to be able to maybe always find the people that maybe you either maybe want to say something to that you never did. Maybe you wanted to be nice to someone and you said you'll just do it in the afterlife, or maybe I'll get to do something. I think that we have one life, and I truly am in love with everyone on it. And so I think that we should try our best to aid each other while we can, because it is the one life that we actually know that we have. And so the right time to be better to each other is right now.
How about this one? I like this expression: spoil them that you love as you can afford to. I mean, without damaging yourself, but where you have excess, give it to those around you.
Ramen. And okay, I am going to add in Randolph Richardson. I think we're going to go for about 15-20 more minutes, and then head into outros, and then head into the after show on Discord, where we could continue having discussion and dialogue. But Randolph Richardson, thank you so very much for joining us. We are Skeptic and Ranting on a rabbi demolishing atheism. We're going to see. We have 5. We'll see if he may be the first. Randolph Richardson, are you now Jewish?
No. But I'd start off on a serious
close.
note. I decided to join in, even though my time is pressing, to be supportive of Richard. I'm very sorry to hear you had to go through all that, Richard. I didn't know, and
You're more than
I'm
kind.
glad that you found your way.
Thank you so much, brother.
Yeah. It's important that community be supportive, and I feel like I'm seeing that here. So just wanted to make sure that there's more voices showing support. I think that Rabbi is trying to, somebody made a comment about that Rabbi demolishing atheism every week. And if that's the case, the question I would ask is, why does he have to keep doing it week after week after week? Is there a problem with his demolition skills? I forgot who asked that in the chat, but I thought that was a brilliant point. Who mentioned that? So I'm definitely not convinced by him.
That's right, Titan.
He made and I don't recall what the claims were, but what I was thinking at the time is he's just using a lot of the typical kind of mischaracterizations of atheists. And the way that you can tell it's a mischaracterization is really, really simple. It has nothing at all to do with what atheism is, which is not believing in deities. If it's any other characteristic they're putting on there, all you have to remember is all the other characteristics are incidental. It's up to each individual atheist who they are, and to say that all atheists do this or whatever is, it's nonsense right off the bat. The reason that people like this rabbi and many Christians and Muslims and other religious people do this, they add these characteristics on, is because what they're actually doing is revealing their understanding of their own problems with their own arguments against not believing in deities. Like, by not believing, we don't have to justify that. Nobody has to justify not believing something. Many people do that. That's fine. That's their choice, but it's not necessary. If we do believe something and we want others to believe as we do, then yeah, we have to somehow justify that. It'll be because it'll be reasonable for other people to ask this, and if we want to be seen as credible, then we definitely need to justify that belief somehow. But the absence of belief is not something we need to justify. It is just a part of free thought. There can be no reason at all that we don't believe, or there can be a reason that can be as simple as we don't know enough about the concept, or we don't know about it at all, or it just isn't important enough to us to render some kind of belief verdict on the matter. So it's just, there's all sorts of different reasons that you can come up with, and I'd say most of them are probably valid. So anyway, that's where I'm at. I'm sorry if I sound preachy. I don't mean to.
No, actually,
No,
that
not at
sounds
all,
great.
Randolph.
And I have a question for you, because
Okay.
one of the specific claims that the rabbi made was there's no such thing as atheists. He said, we are all believers. We all believe in a creator. He said at some
Okay.
level. So I figured you specifically may have a bone to pick with that kind of
Oh yeah.
claim.
That reminds me of Dr. Jordan B. Peterson saying similar thing when he was talking with Matt Dillahunty in UBC, the University of British Columbia, here in BC, Canada,
Sure.
a few years ago on Travis Pangburn's conference. There was, he had said that atheists are all Christians and we just don't know it. I disagree with that, of course, and pretty much every atheist does, as far as I can tell. And Matt Dillahunty asked him a very smart question after this, a really great question. He asked Peterson, what would a real or true atheist be like in his view? And so Peterson responded, be like Raskolnikov, going around murdering people. Just Raskolnikov from the novel Crime and Punishment. And this is attempts to vilify atheists. It extends and promotes and keeps alive the stigmatization against us, and it's important to push back against these things, even if our pushback is to just simply say, I disagree, because that's an easy thing for people to say, or just, which is even easier to say than that's wrong. I disagree, it's my personal opinion. And if somebody asks, I say, well, I know atheists who are not like that, or I'm an atheist and I'm not like that. There's all kinds of different things you can provide as reason. And as more and more people make these subtle responses that push back against wrong information, that's actually helpful, even if it's a very small piece, a little small effort that you're doing, because a lot of people don't want to get into a big debate. But if they can just make a small objection, or even just
normalizing atheism, right?
Got it. Yeah. Or even just surprised. Wow, I've never heard that before. Nobody believes that, or hardly anybody says that. What's this all about? And questioning it, raising doubts about it. This is very important. All these different things. Figure out what works best for you if you want to participate in this pushback, and what you're most comfortable with, and go with that. There's no wrong answer to that. So some people will be more aggressive. That's their choice as well. Myself, I'm promoting a more gentle and non-confrontational approach, but I don't object to people using a more aggressive approach, because certain situations can call for it, and different people have different styles. And one of the hallmarks of atheism as a matter of consequence, more than anything else, because there's no doctrine, is that we're among the most diverse demographics in the world. And
absolutely,
when people try to put other stereotypes on us, if we accept those stereotypes, then we're limiting ourselves as a demographic. We don't need to do that. It's not necessary. Don't let them do it. Do not let them control the narrative. This is our narrative. We're the atheists. We decide who we are.
It reminds me of when they try and redefine everything into a form of hard atheism, and then try and put the burden of proof back on us.
Yeah, the reason that a lot of them do this, I suspect, is because they feel very uncomfortable on if it's not what they think is a level playing field. So they want us to take on a burden of some kind of claim, whether or not we make it, and whether or not we've made that claim. And that way it's their claim against our claim. And then that way they have an avenue of attack. there is nothing wrong with not giving them an avenue of attack. And if they try to put a burden on us and make multiple attempts, just say, nope, that's not true. That's not true. Deny it, especially in a debate context. And because if their ideas, if their position actually has merit, then, and they have full confidence in their position, it really won't matter to them whether or not we take a position, because they'll be able to defend and present that idea.
They should still,
And there are theists who, like Will, the fellow who joins us sometimes here in this channel, he's a Calvinist, and he had no problem with that because he has full confidence in his position as a Christian. It didn't matter to him that I didn't take a position on whether a deity exists. And he doesn't have this this problem of insecurity in his own position. So to me, when they do this and they push for this, it means it reveals some insecurity. I see insecurity in Dr. William Lane Craig because he pushes this really hard. And then he sneers and laughs a little bit in his voice every time he mentions atheism or atheists. So he has a disdain for us as well. I think sometimes some of these people are jealous of our intellectual freedom, as I like to call it, or you can call it emotional freedom if you like, because I think we have these things available to us.
Projecting there,
but a lot of people,
That actually, that kind of reminds me of like Kent Hovind. Like he says that like atheists are scoffers, but all the while he scoffs at evolution, and you know.
Yeah.
I call that projection.
Yeah, it's like, you know, when someone's opposed to something, they're, you know, or doesn't agree with it, they're gonna give, you know, oftentimes you're gonna have a response to it. So if you disagree, usually there's some emotion that's gonna come with that, and I think this is kind of predictable, and like people have always been scoffers at something. I mean, just I don't know. Having to hear him talk sometimes, it's just like one thing after another. It's like I wish it's like it's a pre-recorded stream, but I wish I could just like get in there and be like, do you not realize that you're scoffing? Like you say, like, oh well, atheists believe even dumber. They think we came from a rock. It's like you're like simplifying something that's
It's Grandpa.
Complex.
It's Grandpa.
Yeah.
Straw man. Yeah. One nice thing I can think to say about Kent Hovind is that I like the colorful shirts that he wears. But that doesn't really.
Hawaiian shirts,
the Hawaiian shirts are basically his trademark. I'm pretty sure the Nickelodeon should sue him for copyright infringement at this point. How much he's smacked SpongeBob down. I need to get a SpongeBob, I think, just to imitate, and probably a Hawaiian t-shirt too.
I like wearing those kind of shirts in debates and interviews, and so please don't encourage lawsuits.
Randolph, are there groups of Christians
trolling Kent Hovind?
Are there groups of Christians that positively assert that a lack of belief in God explicitly means that you're anti-humanitarian?
I don't know if there's entire groups that are organized in any sense to do that. It's possible. I have encountered that kind of attitude before, though, and I do push back against it.
It's such a weird idea.
I have too.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I've encountered that too. A lot of people are like, oh, you're atheist. Well, then you have no morals, and why don't you just go around killing and raping as much as you want if there's no God and that sort of thing? I mean, that's a fairly common thing people ask. But
Shane, I wonder, have you brought up to them that they went church shopping, found something that agreed with their presuppositions, and they in fact selected the church? Which means that the morality described in that church, and that's one of the reasons they don't leave, already agrees with them. They actually chose their own morality. That's completely subjective.
Because if their morality first, they would leave the church and find another one that did agree with them.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. If the church that they went to disagreed with their morality, they'd be like, wait, I don't like this church. I'm going to find another one that agrees with
That's
it.
all
So
they
started
do.
with their morality first, and then they find something that matches what they already started with, rather than the other way around.
Of course.
To be fair here, this isn't exclusive to church groups. I think it's just important to point that out. But we do see it commonly in
That's
the
true.
church groups.
And
Well,
I
it's
will
true.
say,
The
guys.
difference is though. Oh, sorry.
Oh, well, I
Well,
just
here
want
it
to
came
say we got about 10 more minutes
Okay.
of open dialogue where we can keep on going back and forth. And then we're going to move into outros and then into the after show at Discord, which is in the link below in the description and in chat. But send in love. We are Skeptic and Ranting. Apparently, there are 6 non-Jews right now in this server,
30,
the
29
stream,
in chat.
which means I want my money back. I didn't pay anything for it, but I do want I want it back anyway.
You're just still in
time and
denial. You're actually
I know.
a Jew.
Shane,
You're
what
all
were you gonna
Jews
say?
in denial. That's all.
Look. Every time I eat bacon, I just from the here. No,
Her ancestors
please.
are crying in the grave.
I can't fry it, but it's so good. I fight it as hard as I can.
I know you got to cook bacon in the oven.
I typically refuse pork products
That works
because I
too.
think pigs are just
I know
pigs
what
are
you're
just
about
too
to say.
smart.
They
Pigs are very intelligent.
So let's talk about that for just a second,
just a
because
second,
the
because
reason
the reason
that
that
kosher laws exist is because they look down on pigs. They thought they were dirty and disgusting and
Stereo,
probably
Newman.
weren't as smart.
Cloven hoof, yeah.
Yeah, and so the irony is pigs
Megan,
are
we're getting a lot of feedback on your end when you're not
All right.
muted.
Echo.
Yeah.
But the irony is, just like Megan was saying, is they're actually quite smart. They can
Very
play
smart.
video games to the
Wow.
point where they could sometimes beat human opponents. They can.
Wow.
They are very smart, and they are. I'm trying to say they're conscious, sentient. I don't know if they can. I would be interested in how close they are to passing the mirror test, but there's a number of different metrics. They are very intelligent creatures. Probably also has to do with the fact that they're omnivores, because it allows them to get big brains. That is one of.
Yeah, the video game aspect sounds really fascinating.
You can use joysticks.
Wow. You could do a whole episode on that. I bet it would be interesting.
Oh, I am fascinated on that stuff because here's the ironic thing. By making consciousness this special, like, indescribable mystery that I believe creationists do, they're never going to understand it, and they look down on other animals because they use, in my opinion, it's called the "we went to the moon" argument. Like, you ever see us? Check us out. We went to the moon. But really, like, if we get to the point where we could get like an artificial cat, dog, any mammal, really, you are 95 to 99% there. We really welcome back, are so similar in lots and lots of different aspects. If we just look at dolphins, if we just look at elephants, if you look at crows and other birds, just in general. But yeah,
This makes me want to talk smack about cats because rats pass the mirror test and cats don't.
really? Well,
Yep.
rats and mice have high standards of morality, and I know that will sound silly to people that look down on other animals, but they will sacrifice themselves for other mices. They will share. The
problem is, Richard, that cats are very stubborn and probably know they're being tested.
Well, that's true. I think cats and dogs,
possible.
all of the carnivora, because I am personally obsessed with a specific branch. It's not carnivore, it's carnivora with an A. It's basically the branch that holds cats, dogs, seals, weasels, and because that's just like we're similar to mice, cats and dogs, hyenas, they all have this weasel early predator like ancestor, and every single one of the animals in carnivora, look them up, they are adorable, they are smart, they are curious. A lot of things that we see in ourselves and in primates. I love them all, and that's why we adopt so many cats and dogs. And I think cats and dogs, for the most part, are on the verge of passing the mirror test. I've seen them think that it's something else. So they see it, they identify it. Sometimes they become hostile to it. And so, but I've seen cats watch TV and do interesting things that you think would not.
Yeah.
You would want them.
My cat watches the show.
I have in my
Gizmo.
meme collection a GIF of a cat looking at the TV set, and there's Donald Trump talking. When Donald Trump looks at it, freezes, and Donald Trump looks away, and the cat starts moving back slowly, and then runs off. But, yeah. But
Yeah, I
they
love cats. I love GIFs.
people have been putting like cucumbers or other fruit behind a cat, and when the cat turns around, you see the videos on YouTube, it jumps spectacularly all over the place. And I think it's not that particular food that's the issue. I think the issue is that something is surprising it, not expecting to be there, and that's what's going on. And so maybe the mirror is kind of like that too. It's not expecting that, so that their minds work differently. So it's hard to say. But we were talking.
In fairness, when anytime something phallic is thrown my direction, it's basically the same reaction. What were we talking about?
But it's not unexpected.
Yeah.
That's
Say, are
true.
you surprised by that? I mean, do you
Yeah.
just
And
think
like-
you're unattractive?
Only
or what? I
sometimes.
mean,
Now Shane was going to say
It's a
something
50-50.
a little while ago about what we were talking about. I'm curious to hear what he was going to say. If you remember where we were talking about.
Oh yeah. So you were saying how starting with your morality and looking and finding something to match is something that isn't,
Oh, and they change
just
places, and
only
I'm saying
found
in
within
fairness-
churches and things like that.
Yeah, and it's not just churches that this happens at. Yeah. Okay.
Right. And the difference that I was pointing out is that with other groups and secular things, they kind of admit that that's what they're doing, whereas in the churches, they talk about morality as the other way around, where like, no, God is giving the morality to you. It's, rather than they're, starting with their morality and choosing which one they like the best.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think it's more of a fact that they're trying to say, even though that's what they're doing, they're saying the opposite. They're saying, no, morality is handed down from this, and it just also happens to agree with me.
Yeah. They say
Yeah,
that, but yeah. It's
my church's
the other way around.
dogmatic traditional reading frame of what the morality is an ultimate truth. Yeah, sure. Whatever.
And
Thank you, Shane.
I just want to say on that note, I want to thank
Thank you.
my entire panel for being here, all of the viewers out there
Awesome
for
panel, yeah.
watching, as we have been skeptic and ranting as our rabbi tried to destroy atheism. Oh, but it's not a clickbait title. That's what I like about these. What were we talking about? We are now going to move into outros before moving into Discord. We have been skeptic and ranting. Bring in those mimes. Woohoo!
Hey, Thank you,
What's
Randolph.
up, Randolph Richardson? We have been Skeptic and Ranting. Like I asked, I was hoping that we were going to have a new convert today. I feel like that'd be a painful, only for, you would need ice down there only for a little while, and then we would all be good. And I hope you have had a fun time, not only on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting, but please do tell everyone where they can find you, what's been going on, and, of course, your final thoughts.
So thank you, Amy, and thank you also for mentioning the live stream I was running this morning. I'm kind of new at doing live streams, and I really greatly appreciate the mentions. So, and I saw you there, both in the YouTube live chat and also in the audience on Discord. You're in there everywhere. That's great.
Well,
She's always lurking.
I was so happy to be in there on your channel. It was really hopping and bopping. And
Thank you.
then it was, there were some theist claims I just saw maybe in the Discord, and I just couldn't help, just giving clarification. Randolph, we're helpers in the non-believer community.
Yeah, I was looking for James. I didn't see you, James. I guess you were busy. It's no problem.
I was at work. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You work on Sundays. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
God bless America.
Yeah, it's important work, though. Yeah. So you're working on the Sabbath or whatever they want to call it. So put the emphasis on the right syllables and we'll be okay. So people can find me at my YouTube channel, www.youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. Remember, the F is spelled, Randolph ends with an F, not PH, no matter what spell check tells you. And thank you, Amy, for highlighting that, for showcasing that. I'm also on Twitter at Randolph828. You can find out more about our organization, Canadian Atheists, at www.canadianatheists.ca. My YouTube channel that I mentioned earlier also is where you will find the live streams that we've been running fortnightly. That's once every 2 weeks, and on Sunday mornings, like this morning. The longest one we've done was over 7 hours, and today was around 6 hours, just slightly over. And so we had really good response from these, and I'm really looking forward to this becoming a more popular series. It seems to be heading in that direction as more people find out about it. The commentary I was making earlier about pushing back against things and how our demographic is among one of the most diverse, another important point that I like to push forward is that we're all naturally in a position to be our own leaders, because we don't have some kind of religious doctrine or theistic doctrine to ascribe to. So we're, in a way, we don't have that to look up to. So we are in this spot where we have to make decisions for ourselves without having that to look up to, which I think is actually a good thing. It's a part of life that I enjoy. It's what, to me, is part of the reason life and reality is so very interesting. My suggestion is I try to encourage people to be their own leaders, because very often people in positions of leadership, even no matter how well intended they might be, and if they really did want to have your best interests at heart, everyone's best interests at heart, and some do and some don't, it's not possible to do that, because there are multiple people in every society, and people have different needs and different wants. So no matter what decision a leader makes for society, there's always going to be, pretty much larger society is that there's going to be more people who are not satisfied with their decision. So if you can be your own leader, you won't have this problem, because you'll be able to make sure the decisions you make are made in your best interest, or at least you have that option to do that. And then skepticism and doubt are important tools in helping us to discern what is truly best for ourselves, consulting with experts, trying to use skepticism and critical thinking and doubt as our ally to determine better who the experts really are is also helpful in this. And I'm not saying completely push away from people in positions of leadership. If there is a character trait that you find someone else has, a leader or anyone else, then nothing wrong with adopting it and deciding who you are and deciding that, hey, this is something I like. I'm going to incorporate this into who I am, and I'm going to emulate this particular behavior. This is a good thing. The mistake that I find some people make is to take one thing they like from a person and then assume that they have to emulate everything that they do, and that's not necessary. Life is a custom thing. You customize it. You decide who you are. Be your own leader. Live your life to its fullest, and try to encourage others to do the same. Those are my suggestions. Not rules, not edicts, just suggestions. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you, Amy and James.
Thank you so much, Randolph.
Everybody else who's here. I really
Great
appreciate
to have you on.
Thank you.
Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much, Randolph Richardson. Go check out his YouTube and that awesome stream. And all right. And, of course, normalize atheism. Hashtag.
The Godfather of
The
atheism.
Godfather of atheism. Moving right along. We are talking with Shane. We've been having
Hey,
fun.
Shane.
We've been
Hey.
skeptic and ranting. I thought we were going to have so many more Jewish converts tonight. It doesn't seem to have happened. Yet I still hope you had a good time. Where
So
can people
many
find you?
schmizzles.
And what are your final thoughts?
Well, let me check and see if I'm Jewish or not. Hold on. Nope.
So many schmizzles for Amy
still
to
not
cut.
Jewish. No.
You don't have
Anyway,
that thing. Good for you.
Oh, actually, I mean, well, we'll talk about that another time. Yeah. You can
It's okay.
find me.
We
I guess
accept all kinds here on this
Right.
channel.
You can find me. Just search my name, Shane Bilowitz, on YouTube or TikTok. Yeah.
And actually, if I could just interrupt there, we're going to do this twice because we have two people here that I want to get their 100 subscribers for. 100 subscribers is
Cool.
landmark because it gets everyone their
Yeah.
name. And so,
Your own
ladies
URL.
and gentlemen, I made it
Wow.
easy for you out there in the Skeptic and Ranting community. Go out there and like and subscribe.
Shane
Cool.
Bilowitz.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. And
thanks
so, with that, any final thoughts? We have been Skeptic and Ranting. Doesn't seem
Yeah.
like the rabbi destroyed atheism.
Right. I know. So I took notes. Yeah. First of all, thanks for having me on.
Woo-hoo.
No, I'm just, like he was pausing the whole time, right? No,
Loading.
right, loading. Anyway, so he
Oh,
started out with
There's the producer.
he started out with the equivocation fallacy. Basically, he was like, you're not an atheist. Whatever you believe in, or it was the original substance, that's God, or like God is like the universe, man, and that just makes God this really wishy-washy sort of concept. And I feel like it does theism a disservice because it cheapens the meaning of God for them. Like if they're thinking, oh, God is this thing, or this perfect thing, but if you're just equating it to something like the universe or whatever you believe in the most, then that kind of cheapens the concept of God. He also kept saying who created the universe or who created it, where did the sun come from, who caused it to do this, who caused it to do that, and that he kept assuming it was a who. Why would you assume it's a who and not a what or a how? That's sort of thinking it more of a prescriptive way rather than a descriptive way, where you're thinking
Question begging fallacy. Yeah.
right, yeah, like these are the laws that make it the way it is, rather than a description of how the things happen to be. And then randomly he was like, question 2, when we didn't have a question 1.
So I'm
And we
not
didn't,
cuckoo for that because I was like, what? Was there a question 1?
right. And then we didn't have a question 3. And not only that, I took notes when he did this. He said, question 2, you can't start with just one thing
Wow.
existing.
Yeah.
because nothing will ever change because it's the end of the story. That's not a question. That's just a statement.
Oh,
So
they
we didn't
always
even
start
have
with
it.
the second law of thermodynamics, so kind
Well,
of you always
we
skip
started-
one.
You said question 2. We didn't have any other questions, and it wasn't even a question. It's just like question 3: the sky is blue. Question 4: Australia. Like, it just makes no sense. And then he starts talking about this particle and it wants things. What does it want? Does it want you to cut the tip of your penis off? Does it want you to slaughter the Amalekites? Does it want you to have 2 separate ovens, one for meat, one for dairy? I mean, like he says, there's a desire within the original substance, but and it was the only logical conclusion. But that's just a big argument from ignorance. Like, how do you know there's a desire? Speaking of argument from ignorance, he made a watchmaker argument, or tried to, with the book and the tornado junkyard, and he kept asking, how do I know that someone built a table? Because it's 8 feet long and it's not infinity long, But the reason why you know
Not
someone built
15
a
feet
table
long.
is because we've seen people build tables before. We know how to build a table. You can go to IKEA and buy one and put it together yourself. We know tables don't come around naturally. You don't just like randomly a table just forms. Like, so we can't say anything about the universe or how life started or that sort of thing. And it's just this terrible analogy. And it took him a half an hour to get to a point. And the whole point was just a special pleading fallacy that, oh, God doesn't need a creator. You don't ask him questions like that because he's not a creation. He's not a creation. He's a creator. And you're just like, and then he was talking about how things couldn't have started by accident. How it was all, that was a straw man because we don't think things happen by accident or just pure random chance. The analogy I came up with a little while ago was, it's like ripples in a pond, where if there's a branch hanging over a pond, if it falls, where it falls and like when it falls, that's random. So there are elements of randomness to it, but the ripples that form from the ponds aren't random. It doesn't just like go out everywhere in all directions. It follows the laws of physics, and it radiates out in a circle, and that's not random chance at all. Like, sure, there are some components that fall in, where and when it lands, but the reaction to that one maybe arbitrary event is dictated and determined by laws of physics. And I guess I'll close out with my own version of the Douglas Adams puddle analogy, where the electric guitar fits perfectly with the guitar solo for Hotel California. If the electric guitar was tuned any differently, if it was constructed any differently, if you couldn't bend the strings the way you do, the guitar solo for Hotel California wouldn't exist. It wouldn't be there. You wouldn't be able to create it. So therefore, the people who invented the electric guitar invented it because they knew one day somebody would write Hotel California.
Can I just tell you, just to piggyback on complete irreverence, my joke has always been that Judaism is like Hotel California. Like, you can join, you just can never leave.
Never leave. Yep. Great. Well, thank you so much for having me on. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you, Shane.
Shane, it was
Great
an
to have you
absolute
on.
blast having you on. And don't forget to go subscribe. Woo-hoo. We are getting 2 people. They're hundreds. We are working hard in this non-believer community. Megan, what is up? We have been
Hey, Megan.
skeptic and ranting. In fact, we have been skeptic and ranting on a rabbi trying to destroy atheism. Here is not only where you can find her, so please tell us what you can find, and what are your thoughts about, I don't know, I guess not becoming a Jew tonight, or Jewish.
Well, first off, I wanted to say I'm hoping that my feedback isn't as bad now. I actually turned the volume up on Minicam, hoping that it'll pick up my microphone better and hopefully cancel out the background noise. But I guess my final thing that I wanted to mention was, like, you know, in my younger years, like, I was very, like, agnostic. I didn't really care about what was true and what wasn't. I was just really living life, a lot of partying, and I never took the time to think, like, what are my morals and values? But I know that I didn't want to kill people. Like, I mean, we might have made jokes about it and stuff, but it was never like, oh, I don't have any morals and values, so I think I'll go kill people. You know, like,
You didn't need a holy book for that?
Nope, no book needed. Just the concept of living life and enjoying life, and, you know, doing my best to live life to its fullest. Didn't involve mass murdering or enslavement or abuse. Just having a good time. And I think that's what most of us want, is, you know, to enjoy life while we're here, you know, the best that we can, you know, do what you do, whatever it is, just do your best to, you know, live in a way that you can do it another day, you know, and, you know, not hurt anybody in the process, and try not to do too much damage to yourself, you know. So that's pretty much all I've got.
Thanks,
I just,
Megan.
yeah, like in my 20s, I didn't really even know. I didn't even know, like, the definition of the word morals and values specifically until I got into, like, my 30s, and now I'm in my 40s. But I just never really thought about it. You know, wasn't a big deal. Never was a problem really either.
I am the exact same way in that I never really thought deeply about these subjects until probably the past few years. In, you know, a lot of it, I think we just go along and we have it. We want to be nice to people. A lot of it's driven. But going to send not only thanks to Megan, but I mean, 25, 26 subs. Come on, ladies and gentlemen in the skeptic community. We're not going to schism. We are not going to start a holy war. And so we might as well just watch great YouTube content or Twitch or Facebook. So we're set to love and go subscribe. And thank you so very much, Megan.
Thanks,
for joining
Megan.
us.
Yeah, one more thing. People can
Absolutely.
find me on Twitter, on Facebook, although my Facebook account is pretty much private. I keep that for mostly just family and close friends. You can also find me on Discord, on Twitch, on and here on YouTube as Megan Satanis. So I'm everywhere.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Megan. And all right, the lovely. Not only was it good to have you on tonight, but I do want to keep on just sending love to the entire Demolished Doctrine site of Richard Madison. I want to send love and thank you, and we are skeptic and ranting on a rabbi who, you know, seems to have attempted to demolish atheism. I'm not sure that he was able to achieve that goal.
Yeah, I don't think that goal was accomplished, even if it was some amalgamate idea of what atheism is. I don't think it was even well approached. But more than that, I don't think he was even coherent within the Torah to say something, some of the things that he said. And I'm kind of surprised that a rabbi would take a position on word like create, thinking it means ex nihilo creation, as many Christians will claim, where the word create there, bara, means to change something or repurpose something that exists as already material. So I don't know where he's coming from. I don't know what he's talking about. But I know that I'm not becoming a Jew, and I think it's highly unlikely that you are. But if you guys, anybody at all that ever hears this, look, if you're not interested in a reasonable, logical reading frame for these ancient religions, and more than just the Bible, actually, many more than that, then you're not interested in what I'm talking about. But if you're interested in making reasonable argumentation against my position that these ancient stories actually, in the correct reading frame, do make sense in reality, are at least plausible in the future, and you want to have that conversation, it would be my great pleasure, my humbling service to you, to provide you at least a presentation of something that I think does that. And I would deeply appreciate the chance to present that.
Thanks, Richard. Always nice to have you on, man.
Yes,
Peace and
always
respect.
nice to have
Always.
you on. And I would say go check out his channel if you want lots of introspective conversations about these type of theological topics, both theist and atheist. Thank you so very much for coming on,
Thank you.
Richard. And all right, we're handing it to
Do it.
the co-pilot, as he probably has put the producer to sleep.
Producer's taking a nap, yeah.
Look, it's been a lot of nonsense that we hear tonight. I feel like it would tire anyone out.
Definitely.
But James, I really feel like we need to check the boxes when it says, 100% money back guarantee on you're about to convert.
We might have to have people start signing waivers before they come in, because we don't want any type of liability, any type of express guarantees. But as always, great stream, guys. Thanks everybody for coming on the panel and helping us get through this video. Lots of fallacies, lots of bad argumentation, but it's what we come to expect, and we have fun with it. So, the producer woke up, so say bye, guys. Say bye, Mo. Have a great night, guys. Thanks for coming on, and we will see you back later in the week.
Night Gizmo.
Thank you. Yeah,
see, I mean, example A of why Carnivora is so freaking adorable. And
he watches the show. I don't know.
World.
Yeah.
Cat
he
alert.
sits here and watches it sometimes. Yeah, a cat alert.
Woohoo! And all right, with that, I do hope you all had a good time on this episode of Skeptic and Ranting.
Woohoo!
Rabbi Destroys Atheism?
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun. I feel pounded. Where tonight we watched a video called Rabbi Destroys Atheism from the channel Rabbi Manis Friedman for some kosher fun.
Rabbi Meets World.
That's right. We need more 90s sitcoms with it's almost like a sitcom where you have an imam, and the priest, the pastor, and a rabbi. I would pay for it. And of course, you got to just throw in an atheist, probably.
And Randolph. Yeah.
And Randolph Richardson. Oh,
yeah.
Who would
Randolph
not pay to watch that? All right.
Yeah, that would be great.
Want to thank my co-host, James W., along with our guests, Richard, Megan, Shane, and Randolph, as well as the people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and of course, lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoyed the show, please like, follow, or subscribe. And then you gain access to that bell icon, which once set to all will give you reminders to join our live streams, sup interwebs. After the show, we will be heading over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below. Or hey, why not leave a comment? Lastly, if you'd like to help us make even more content, we offer some perks for our supporters by checking out our Patreon
At the commander level.
patreon.com/Amy Newman. That's right. I am Amy Newman. However, we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone. Mwah.
Hey, we're still
we
here.
made it.